Anyone know if we can access TikTok after TMR? Hey Dan. Dan the man. Are you gonna stream Saturday up until midnight and we will all see together if it goes dark? Time to go save all my faves. Hey. One more day of TikTok. Do mods have to mod all 3 at once? Whatever happens, Dan, it's been a fun ride, man. Dan, do you think it's cold in DC or Trump is covering up crowd size? I'm so depressed. Until Trump helps Elon buy it. Worst timeline. Dan, if TikTok gets banned, will you consider moving to Kick? I am on time. Hi. Good day, folks. What's up, Dan? Holy moly, speaking comments, NAWWW. Hi, Dan. Hey, Dan. Dan. Nothing feels real anymore. I can believe TikTok was their biggest concern. Yeah, Babby. Kick? Kevin, yes, here present. Hey, Dan. Dan is the man. Yeah. What do you think of the flocking to Red Note? I can hear you. Do they have their sound down? Hi, Dan. It's YT that's muted. Hi, Dan. Red Note may also be banned next. Dan. What do you think of Biden farewell? Is this what it's like to be a ghost during a paranormal investigation? HII Dan. Yay, we hear you. Good luck, Dan, these maggots are nuts today. Hi. Red Note does not like politics, unfortunately. Dan. Hi, Dan. Boop beep boop. I am so sad for everyone who built their following and has to start over.
Testing. Twitch and YouTube.
Red Note
Can you guys
is
hear me?
100% next, just wait for the Fox freak out.
Twitch and YouTube testing.
Did Biden really approve past the era? Red Note may be the next banned app. You should join Dean, Harry, Chris, and Parker. Trump or Bush?
If they'll have me.
Hi, Dan. Thinking of getting social media completely for a while. I am gonna miss y'all.
I'm gonna miss y'all too. Hang on.
Hey,
right.
what's good, chat?
I'm turning off Angela because I'm getting overstimulated. Okay, so I'm seeing comments from Twitch. Do we have any people from the YouTube at all? If you're commenting on YouTube, I cannot see it. They've already started fear-mongering for Red Note. Great. Welcome in, everybody. We are gonna get started shortly. I'm just getting the multi-stream set up. Seen TikTok CEO's TikTok? No, I didn't. They don't have any Thresh emotes. You know what? When they ban TikTok, maybe I'll become a League of Legends streamer. What do you guys think of that? They can hear you on YouTube. They are typing. They're typing, but I can't. So it's not coming up on my multi-stream. Okay, let me see. Let me see why it's not coming up. Play Marvel Rivals. Dutch V, you think I'm a beta boy? Why don't you request up and say it to my face? Stop hiding in the comments, man. We only got 2 days left. Say it with your chest. I had the same issue with YouTube not showing notifications and sometimes comments when multi-streaming through slobs. Well, I don't know what through slobs means, but yeah, that's so weird. Okay. If I open TikTok Studio. Oh, you guys are commenting a lot. Look at y'all. Yeah, why isn't it showing up on my... Okay, so people on YouTube can see my Twitch comments, but the people on Twitch can't see my YouTube comments. Do you go live with Parker? I just can't remember where I know you from. I went live with him once. I'm an uninformed bad person. I voted for Harris. Eric, no, I can tell you didn't vote for Harris because you said you're an uninformed bad person. If you disagree with the prompt, you're welcome to request up and prove me wrong. Maybe you'll bring me to the light and I'll realize Trump was the correct choice. I'll carry you in league. Hi, Christy. I think it should say evil instead of bad. You think that would get more people? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what to do about YouTube chat, guys. I love you. I love you guys, but I don't know how to fix it. Are you planning to continue on Clapper after Sunday? No. We need another resurgence. Just become a COD streamer, bro. Dan, why did you get rid of Don't Boo Vote on TikTok? It's still there. It's just on a different gift. Oh, Streamlabs OBS. I see. Hey Ashley. Why should I continue to live when I know the fascist state is coming? I mean, we gotta fight back. We gotta
Don't boo, vote.
push back against it. We can't just surrender. Thank you, CGG. I doubled down and posted another singing video. Nice, Sid. You need to mod in Tarot Danger. Okay. Give me a few. I'm really trying to figure out the YouTube thing. There used to be a tab on OBS for YouTube chat, and it's just not here anymore. I feel neglected. No, I see you, Sierra. I see you. Okay. All right. Let me focus on TikTok for now. You guys are about to get yeeted into the solar system in 2 days. TikTok people, if there's any MAGA in the chat, request up. We're trying to do some final few debates. Dan, are you on Blue Sky? Yes. My links are all in my bio. Hang on. Let me put this shit up for now. After Sunday, where are you going? YouTube? Yeah, YouTube is gonna be the main one. We're also right now we're on Twitch. God, if there was a freaking way to get this YouTube chat working. Does anyone know how to add the YouTube chat to OBS? I had it before, and I logged into the wrong account, and then I couldn't figure out how to log out, so I X'd out, and I don't know how to bring it back. Will you put a hotline system for debates? We'll have to figure it out. Docs on OBS. Okay. And then what do I press on docs? Custom browser docs? Oh, chat. Oh, I see it. Oh, okay. I see you guys. All right, cool. Okay, so we have. Okay, so I see JC there, Sierra, Sam. Then on Twitch, I see who the fuck is Marks. And then I see I love Sinaj on TikTok. Okay, I see you. I see all of you now. The only thing I don't see are Trump voters requesting. I think they've just accepted the fact that they're either uninformed or bad people. So there's no more debates. Chat, we won. No more Trump supporters. 77 million to 0. We did it. We pulled it off. We just got to get to the midterms. At least you're seeing us now. Yeah. Let's give ourselves a round of applause, chat. YouTube, Twitch, TikTok. We did it. Oh, perfect. Coyote request. Actually, I'll just send you a. I'll send you a request. Come on down. Hi, welcome up.
Hello. I don't think you're a bad person or an uninformed person if you voted for Kamala.
Well, no
But
one
you think
voted
I'm a
for.
bad
Yeah,
person?
yeah. That makes sense. That's like saying that's like pointing at someone who just robbed a bank and saying you're a criminal, and then the person points at you and says, "I don't think you're a criminal." Well, yeah, I didn't rob a bank. The So Kamala,
Well, I didn't rob a bank.
yeah, no, you didn't, but you voted for like a fascist who was found civilly liable for sexually assaulting a woman and 34 felonies, tried to overthrow the government. But let's figure out. I want to figure out if you are uninformed or a bad person or both. Why did you vote for Donald Trump?
Because his economic plan made more sense than
What was his economic
Kamala's.
plan?
Well, he's looking at tariffs instead of corporate taxes.
And you think that makes more sense
Yep.
based on what?
Well, either way you go, corporate taxes or tariffs, the consumer is going to pay for it. So we really don't gain anything by looking at consumers paying for tariffs. But if you want to look at in the end game, who's going to end up with the money?
That's not true because tariffs increase the cost of doing business, which is going to directly raise the cost of the goods that we purchase. Whereas lowering corporate taxes never leads to a reduction in prices. The idea that lowering corporate taxes, again, as a reminder for the people that don't know what he's talking about, in
I'm
2017, the
talking
Tax
about
Cuts and
Kamala
Jobs Act.
raising taxes.
One second. In 2017, the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act cut taxes for individuals and corporations. However, the individual tax cuts were made temporary because who cares about individuals? Corporate tax cuts were made permanent. So in these extensions of the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, which are probably going to pass in the first few months of Trump's second term, in these extensions, he's planning on cutting corporate taxes again to 15%. So what this guest would prefer is for multi-billion-dollar corporations to pay less and for consumers to pay more. And in his eyes, that's a better plan. Good thinking.
Okay, so who pays for corporate taxes when they're raised, as in Kamala's plan?
Kamala. Who pays for corporate taxes when they're raised? Well, it incentivizes reinvesting into the business, thus boosting the economy.
But they have less money to invest.
Well, no, in reinvesting reduces their tax burden.
But they would have less money to invest. They can't just completely not pay taxes just by investing into their own business.
That's correct. They can't. So I think they should pay taxes. I think paying taxes is good, right? And I would rather the big corporations pay taxes than every single business, including small businesses, suffer due to blanket tariffs. It makes no sense to take the burden, the major tax burden from the wealthy and move it to everyone. Right?
Say that again, the last part.
So it makes no sense to take the burden of these taxes from the wealthy and the large multinational corporations and move that burden to all of us because that's what blanket tariffs do.
Oh, who? What if nobody buys their product? What happens?
Who is they?
Oh, consumers. Consumers would be the people that buy products.
Yeah. All right. So you're
say
saying what if
you have a
consumers buy
product
no product?
No. So let's say you have a product that's heavily invested in materials that come from overseas, and that gets taxed to the point where, it's just too much for me, and I spend less on it.
Mm-hmm.
What money are you going to make?
What money am? Oh, okay. So you're saying what if the tariffs put these companies out of business?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's bad for the economy, right?
Well,
And
it
you
opens
said
up the market. Do you believe in a free market?
relatively. I don't want unfettered. I don't want monopolies. But the idea
I
that
can
you're
agree with
saying, hold
that.
on. So you're saying you want the prices for these companies to go up, they go out of business, and then we pay more.
Well, if there isn't a need for their product, or their product is too expensive and people don't buy it, it opens up the market for somebody else to do it here in the States.
Did you know there's many industries that we physically cannot produce the product here or
Right?
procure the materials here for those products?
Can you explain why we can't procure those materials?
Great question. So, in terms of things like chips, and in terms of phones and processors, we need certain rare earth minerals that we cannot mine here. In terms of very popular products in this country, like coffee, we don't have the climate to produce it, and this is the case for a lot of industries. These tariffs
So
don't just affect.
I can agree with coffee because we obviously don't have the climate for that. But
That's just
as far
an
as
example.
chips, you said we need rare earth materials that we're not allowed to mine here.
No, we don't. We don't have them to mine here.
Are you sure?
Yes. But again, that's just two of many examples. Let me ask you a question. Where did you get your economics degree?
I think it's ignorant when people think everybody that votes has an economic degree.
No, I don't think you should, but I do think. See, I'm not. I don't have an economics degree, so I deferred to the judgment of the Nobel Prize-winning economists. 23 of them signed a letter uh, endorsing Kamala Harris's economic plan as compared to Trump's. In fact, they said Trump's could lead to a recession within the first year. So why would you just go based off vibes and say, I think his economic plan is better, which, by the way, you haven't justified that even in your own logic. But why would you assume that you know more than the experts?
Well, have we been listening to the experts lately
In regards to what?
in regards to the direction our country is going right now? Do you think Donald Trump ruined that in 4 years of a presidency?
I think
or-
Donald Trump actually did a pretty good job at in regards to Donald Trump at listening to the experts in regards to COVID. It's the reason that we had Project Warp Speed, and we incentivized the production of a vaccine. He listened to Fauci at least until his base started to hate Fauci for other reasons. And I think the more we listen to experts, the better. Now, unfortunately, he doesn't listen to the experts on the climate, and even it looks like in the second term, the economic experts, because nobody is for blanket tariffs. But generally, when we listen to the experts, we have better outcomes.
So, what I'm asking is specifically the outcome that we've come to thus far. Is that a good thing?
What
Are
is
we
our
in a
outcome
good
right now? Can you
standing right
explain
now?
what you mean? What is the outcome right now? What's the issue?
Right, you're saying the experts are saying that Kamala's
Kamala.
economic plan was awesome. Yeah, the left called Trump mustache man for 8 years. I don't really care if I say your name wrong.
Yeah, no, I know you don't
But-
care, but it's rude. It's just basic human decency.
Well, if I mispronounce it, we'll all get over it.
Well, yeah. Okay, so are you saying you're going to intentionally mispronounce it from now on?
No, I'm just used to saying it one way, and I don't see the big deal in it.
Okay, you want to just say Harris so that I don't have to keep correcting you?
Sure.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah. So these expert Nobel Prize winning economists or whatever you said they were, have they been advising us? Have we not been listening to them, or have we been listening to them? And how have the results been thus far?
Oh, you mean the economy? Yeah. So we actually have the number one economy on Earth. We are a marvel of the industrialized world. We recovered the best out of every single G7 country, and frankly, every country on Earth from the pandemic. Our economy is doing great right now. The only issue is the high cost of living, but inflation was a global issue caused by the after effects of the pandemic. It's something that would have happened with a Joe Biden presidency, a Donald Trump presidency, a Hillary Clinton presidency, whoever was in charge after COVID in 2021. This would have taken place, and we did better at recovering than any country on earth. So yes, I actually think we're in a great position right now.
You don't think anything else attributed to the inflation?
Well, there's a lot of factors, but pretty much all of them stem from the pandemic. If you have any other ideas, I'd love to hear them.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm not an economist, so I try to challenge myself. I have conversations with ChatGPT. I look things up. I'm not just completely blind about things. And what I learned about inflation is the rise of products over a period of time, and many things can be considered inflationary. And how we slow down inflation is by raising the Fed rate, right? Because it slows down the economy, it cools it off. Well, a tax can also be inflationary. It can slow it down, but it can also be considered inflationary because it's going to raise the cost of products over a period of time. So even regulations are inflationary, right?
Even regulations are inflationary. I mean, they could
Right.
be.
So if we implement regulations or emissions that companies have to buy new equipment and do more work, it increases the overhead cost. And when you increase the overhead cost of a product, you end up increasing the cost to the consumers.
Yeah, I mean
Would you?
that that could be the case. You're describing things that can be inflationary. However, those aren't the reasons that we experience record inflation in 2022.
Well, I mean, inflation doesn't really point itself out. We just kind of look at the data and interpret it the best we can.
Oh,
That's all
yeah,
we
we
can ever
have
do
that
is
data
look
though.
at data.
We have that data. I don't know what conversations you've been having
Right.
with ChatGPT, but it is very clear what the causes of inflation are. It's this
Come on, man.
the spending to prevent the recession during the start and middle of the pandemic. So we have the the CARES
Like
Act
the
and the American
CARES
Rescue Plan.
Act.
This required the
Yeah.
Fed to print an unprecedented amount of money, which more
Yeah.
dollars buying fewer things causes inflation. We have supply chain issues, which were caused directly by the pandemic. We have between lockdowns, between people not being able to go to their jobs because they're sick. This happened. We saw this with like meat processing plants, etc., just in our country, let alone all of the other countries on earth. And the final nail in the coffin, at least for the United States, is price gouging. We have corporate greed leading companies to raise prices beyond what inflation would entail, which exacerbates a day to day inflation for Americans. So we have all this data. It's not like a secret why there's global inflation. Like, maybe it's the green energy. No, it's very clearly the pandemic and the after effects of the pandemic.
So yeah, I would agree with you on almost all accounts, except that I'm not saying that those things didn't cause inflation. I'm just saying there's no way to really tell how much other things affected it. So when you look at like the government mandates, a loss of jobs,
You wait, you're saying there's no
regulations.
way to tell? That's not true. Economists have analyzed this already.
So how much inflation was caused by the emissions and EPA regulations?
How much would it have to be
Since
for
the economists,
how much would it have to
well,
be
I
for
mean,
you
I
to
want to.
think that voting for Trump is the better option? Is the echo
I
coming from
just
me or
want to
from
see the
him?
data.
Hold on. There's an
I'll
echo.
I'll try. You want me to drop out and come back in?
Yeah, drop out and come back in. Thank you. Somebody remind me what that guy's name is. Okay. If you're here for the first time, thank you all so much for joining. I don't know if TikTok's gonna be banned or not, but if not, make sure you're following the channel up here. If it is banned, make sure you're following all the other socials. We have the link tree. If you're on Twitch and YouTube, we have all the shit over there. If you're on TikTok, we have the stuff up there, plus my link tree in my bio. Love you all so much, and here we go. Coyote.
Is that better?
Testing.
They take in the geese.
Yeah, I think so. Thank you, Carmine.
That was nice.
Thank you.
So where was I? You said we have all the data. How do we differentiate between EPA emissions, regulations, and it's still there? That's weird.
I don't hear it. Oh, I do hear it. That's weird.
I'm gonna try to mute. Is that better?
Testing.
Chat.
I
Hello?
think it's better. Hello?
No, I don't have speakers on. I got a headset on. I can actually swap my headset if they said they're good. Cool. Yeah, I did airplane mode if anybody. No, I'm not driving. I'm next to my computer. I can show you where I am actually. Just to prove it so nobody tries like.
It's all right. I think we're okay now.
Yeah, it's got some fans, so
I think we're okay now.
I don't know anybody that has a car like this, but Yeah. So what?
Sorry. Looks like inflation can't be that bad. We got the bougie computer, but anyway, um, so the idea that environmental regulations are somehow causing inflation in this country when our inflation is better than every other country, and every other country is experiencing global inflation because of the pandemic. What would give you this idea other than vibes?
Well, no one's been able to explain to me how the Paris Climate Agreement wouldn't cause global inflation. I mean, it's basically a tax which could be inflationary, and it's worldwide. There's a lot of the most developed countries that are a part of that.
Well, we were in the Paris Climate Agreement under Obama, and we didn't experience
For how
inflation.
long?
A couple of years.
He finalized it in 2016, right before he left office, and then we were right out of it, right when Biden got in. I looked it up earlier today.
Okay.
But the idea is, I don't mind the green energy, renewable, cheap energy is a good idea. And I hate the idea that our environment has been politicized so much, because I do want to leave a better environment for my children. The problem is that we're trying to go into those green energies before the middle class can afford them.
No, we're not.
I don't have whatever amount of money to install solar. I live in a very cold climate.
You don't need to. Where are you getting the idea that you need to?
That I need to what?
Install solar. Nobody asked you to.
Well, I mean, what alternatives, clean energy source can I use?
Well, we're transitioning over decades.
In the meantime, what we're doing is we're taxing what we have now, right?
No, we're not.
Sure, there's 22 states that have legislation that manipulates the.
Oh, okay. So state taxes completely irrelevant to Donald Trump. Don't know why you brought that up.
On top of that, we also have what the Paris Climate Agreement. How does that work? We have a tax on carbon. We give carbon credits, right?
Carbon credits. That's not a tax.
Where does that money come from?
Where does that money come from? From our big juicy budget.
Yeah, and who funds that budget? You see what I'm saying?
Mostly corporations until they cut those taxes, huh?
Well, yeah, we can always look at when a corporation has to pay more money, whether it's through tariffs or higher corporate taxes, they're going to pass it on to the consumer.
All I'm going to say, it sounds like, thank you, Carmine, it sounds like you have a lot of questions about how these different policies affect inflation, right? And that's fine to have these questions. But why would you make such a brash decision that, by the way, contradicts all of economic orthodoxy right now? Why would you make such a strong decision when you don't know these things? Why wouldn't you defer to experts?
Because the experts have led us in a bad direction.
Based on what? What vibe-based argument is that? Which experts led us in a bad direction?
Based on our debt.
Based on our debt. Oh, which experts told us to overspend? Which experts told us to spend as much as Donald Trump did?
Well, even if we did tax these corporations twice as much, we still wouldn't have enough money to fund the government. We would still be working in a deficit.
You simply must understand that has nothing to do. That's a complete non sequitur. What does that have to do with anything? Yes, we are deficit spending, and even if the next president came in with a strict plan to reduce deficit spending, we're not going to get to a surplus for at least a decade, just because of how far we've gotten from balancing the budget. That doesn't mean we shouldn't reduce the deficit. Donald Trump wants to increase the deficit.
How does he want to increase the deficit? Are you saying by reducing taxes, increasing the deficit?
That's correct.
All right. So, and this is my argument that I've never heard the Democrats talk about reducing taxes. It's always, we're going to balance the budget by increasing taxes.
Yeah, on the wealthy. On the wealthy. I don't know why you have to simp for the top 1%. We always talk about reducing taxes for the middle and lower class, but you guys just really, really like the top 1%. It's very strange.
Well, I look at it to the point that my boss makes a lot of money. I make my boss a lot of money. When he paid less taxes, I got more bonuses and I got more raises. I'm not just going to look at unemployment. I'm going to look at real median household income. I'm going to look at inflation. I'm going to look at, all these things together. And it might not make complete sense to me because I didn't go to college for it. At the end of the day, when I pay all my bills and I'm broke, I know the economy's not doing as well as when at the end of the day I paid all my bills and I had some money left over.
You really believe that when your boss got a tax cut, he gave you more bonuses?
Well, I mean, I was there, yeah.
Are you still getting bonuses?
No, not as much.
We're still under
He
Trump's tax
actually
plan.
he broke them down. He broke them down in an incentive plan.
Yeah, we're still under Trump's tax plan.
So they
I think
completely
what you
changed.
need to understand is
Yeah.
that the rich aren't dumb, right? They're gonna trickle down. They're gonna sprinkle a little bit of crumbs for us, right? To convince you that this is some kind of fair deal. For example, the Trump tax plan, the 2017 Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, cut taxes for most people, and we got a ton of people coming in here. Did he cut taxes for everyone, Dan? Yeah, that's what I thought. When in reality, 83% of the tax cuts went to the top 1%. It's smoke and mirrors. If your boss was probably like, yeah, here's a bonus for the first year. He's had this tax cut for 8 years now. But you got those bonuses in the first year. Now you're thinking, I'm going to keep voting for billionaires. I'm going to keep licking their boots. The reality is, you should be voting in your best interest, and that is the Democratic Party.
I think it's more difficult for someone to lobby a politician when they have more money than they need.
No. I'm sorry. Something you need to learn about billionaires is to get to $1 billion, you need to have something missing in your brain. The thing that says I have enough, they don't have that. Okay? Why? If it were the case, then why was Elon so big on getting Donald Trump elected? Why are these billionaires donating so much to Trump's campaign in his inauguration? They're not like us. If once I start making $1 million a year, I don't need much more. They don't care. They could be making $1 billion a year, and they're still going to want more. Please do not apply your logic as a regular person to those lizard people.
Right? Do you think Twitter was worth $40 billion?
I don't know. Maybe.
Because if not, why did he do it?
Do you know how much money he's made by turning Twitter into? He turned Twitter into a Trump propaganda machine. Trump won the election, and now because of Trump's policies directed essentially towards Elon and the conflict of interest, by the way, of Elon being in the government and having government contracts, Elon has made back that investment like almost tenfold. The increase in Elon's wealth
for sure.
once Trump won the election was astounding.
Yeah. And I heard some false facts about it. Somebody was trying to tell me that his profit margin went up like 422%. I know his stocks went up, and his stocks are directly linked to his net worth.
Yeah. Honestly, if there's one singular thing that if Trump does, it's something that Trump has mentioned offhandedly. It's not in his official plan, but if Trump does, that alone would pay for all of Twitter for Elon, which is the 0% capital gains tax on crypto. That's all. If he just does that for one day and Elon sells half his crypto, he's made back the $44 billion and then some. So the idea that Elon was supporting Trump not for his own benefit is ludicrous.
He might benefit. I don't think he did it for his benefit, though.
You don't think he did it for his benefit? What did he do it for?
I think he did it because he thought it was the right thing to do. You could look at, the richest man in the world donated to Donald Trump. But are we looking at the next 9 biggest donors? Who did they donate to?
Just give me a second. I need to process that.
The biggest donor in the world donated to Donald Trump. That was Elon Musk. But the next 9 wealthiest donors donated to Kamala Harris.
Kamala Harris.
So it's not these rich people and corporations, and I disagree with lobbying anyways. I think that's one thing that both sides can and should take up in arms for is getting rid of lobbying. It's not pigeonholed to one party, or there's a better word for it. I can't think of it.
Well, there is one specific party that wanted big money out of politics, and that's not.
They said they did.
No. It's not. the overturn of Citizens United happened specifically because of conservative Supreme Court justice nominations. Had Democrats been in office for the past 30 years, that wouldn't have happened. Period. We lost a huge portion of our free speech the moment that we nominated Republicans who nominated conservative justices. Also, by the way, you're simply incorrect. I just pulled up what you said. You said the number one donator was Elon Musk, and then the next 9 are for Kamala Harris. That's wrong. Number 2, Timothy Mellon donated to Trump. Number 3, Miriam Adelson donated to Trump. Number 4, Richard and Elizabeth Uclane donated to Trump. Number 5, Kenneth C. Griffin donated to Trump. Number 6, Jeffrey S. and Janine Yas donated to Trump. Number 7, Paul E. Singer donated to Trump. It's not until Dustin Moskovitz at number 8 and Michael Bloomberg at number 9 that we have Kamala Harris. And then it goes back to Trump again. So where did you even get that information? You just made it up.
So you're saying Donald Trump got more money than Kamala Harris in the campaign?
No. Now you're changing. No, that's the goalpost move right there. And what I'm saying is that you said the top 10 donators, only the number 1 donator.
The wealthiest.
Sure. No, only the number 1. Wait, hold on. Are you saying? Let me be very clear. Are you saying that of the 10 wealthiest people on Earth, 9 of them donated to Kamala Harris? What was your claim? Because I'm sure it's wrong. But what was your claim?
Yeah, I might be wrong. It's not something I would unalive on a hill for, but from what I read, the wealthiest donors, they might not have donated more than other people, but the wealthiest donors donated to Kamala Harris.
Yeah, you heard wrong. You heard from a Facebook meme. You actually, this is just easily lookupable. And even if that were not the case, one party wants to cut the taxes of these people, the other party doesn't. And you're like, yeah, but they should be able to cut their own taxes because they want what's best for us. Bro?
I think the government is bad at spending money.
Oh, and you think billionaires are better at spending money for you?
I think they have a more vested interest in investing that money than the government.
My man.
They have more competition. They have to be more innovative.
I'm telling you, Boots really... I don't know if you've ever had lasagna or penne alla vodka or lo mein or pad thai. There are much better tasting things than Boots. You really, really do not need to simp for the top 1% like this. You don't have to.
If you understood where I was coming from, what I think they should do with the corporate taxes, you wouldn't think I'm licking their boots. I think they should pay a graduated tax that's based on internal wage gap. I want to incentivize the people getting the money, not the government.
That sounds great.
Because
Republicans aren't proposing that, though. Republicans are. So that sounds. You already sound like a better candidate than Donald Trump. Republicans aren't proposing that, so it's irrelevant. You voted for the guy who wants the richest man on earth in his cabinet.
And other people voted for a woman who wanted to get more money into the government so they could waste more.
Oh, waste? Oh, I'm sorry. Is it a waste for tax credits for people buying a house for the first time? Is it a waste to build new homes, incentivize the building of new homes to lower the cost for you and me? The fact is, when Democrats spend money...
Is that all they're spending money on?
When Democrats spend money...
Obviously not.
When Democrats spend money, some of it is wasted, right, on the military, and some of it is used to help the people in this country. When Republicans spend money, some of it is wasted, and some of it's used to help billionaires, okay? So I'm going to go with the Democrats.
What does the government... How do I say this? To me, the government doesn't have any competition. They're a bureaucracy that has say on all things that they do, so they have no incentive to really become better.
Their incentive to become better is to remain in office, to get votes. Yes, I agree, the Democratic Party is not perfect, but the other party is literally your enemy, and you're voting for them. I'm so lost on your take here. You're like, government bad, so I'll vote for the worst one.
Their incentive is to spend more money than they have so they can go back to Congress and beg for more money. And then Congress is going to give it to them.
Okay, so if you're against spending more money, then you shouldn't have voted for Trump because he spent more than Biden.
Just where the money's going.
So if you're against where it's going, you shouldn't have voted for Donald Trump because the money with Donald Trump went to two things: the military and tax cuts for the rich. That's it. Where did the money go to you? What trickled down on you besides piss? Like, let's be real here.
Well, how is welfare not trickle down economics? So you're giving the government a lot more money than you're giving the corporations, and we get shit every year for it. We get nothing. Zilch, higher taxes, higher property taxes, higher gas prices.
Property taxes are a state issue. Gas prices have nothing to do with this. Emmanuel, thank you for the $5. Guest is an absolute dumbass.
They kind of are.
8 out of the 10 largest donors went to Republicans. Citizens United was literally created by Reagan. Yes, thank you, Emmanuel. Yeah, like the things you just mentioned have nothing to do with anything. Even welfare, by the way, is a great example. Democrats are like, hey, let's tax the wealthy and help the poor. Republicans are like, hey, let's not tax the wealthy and not help the poor. And you're down with that. You're like, yeah, that sounds good.
The problem is I'm not getting what I pay for when I'm paying taxes.
So what do you pay for under Republicans?
I get to keep my own money.
So, all right, I get what you're saying. You're saying that Democrats promise to help my life, and I'm not getting as much of that help. Republicans promise to hurt my life, and they're fulfilling that promise. Like, that's what you want. You'd rather the promise be fulfilled as long as it's even if it's hurting you.
So, what did you read that Kamala Harris raised?
Kamala.
Sorry, Harris. Whatever. For just over 400 million for Trump and over $1 billion for Kamala. And you're saying?
So I can't, I can't do it. Just either say Harris. Or you're triggering me. This is so. It shouldn't be that difficult. This alone, you being unable to pronounce her name over the course of an hour conversation should already show that you're uninformed at the very minimum. Jesus Christ!
Wow.
But either way, now you're moving the goalposts. Just so it's clear.
All of a sudden, it's Kamala.
It's always been Kamala. It's always been Kamala. It's never not been Kamala. But you could just call her Harris. You even said whatever Harris, and then the next sentence you said Kamala again. Thank you. Regardless, you're moving the goalpost. It started with the top 10 wealthiest people. 9 of them voted for Kamala. That's fake. Okay, so the top 10 biggest donors, none of them donate to Kamala. Totally wrong. So now it's who raised the most money. Yes, Kamala raised more.
Well,
what does that have to do with anything?
Claim was the wealthiest.
You know why Kamala raised more? Because I sent Kamala money, and I would never send money to Trump. And there's millions of people like me.
Right. There was obviously less Harris donors than voters than there was Trump. But Kamala Harris ended up with more money than Trump.
Okay. What does this matter? How does this matter?
3 times more.
Can you explain how this matters?
So my claim, and I told you I could be wrong, and it isn't really that consequential to me. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. Harris had the wealthiest donors. It doesn't necessarily mean that they donated more than the Trump donors.
You are wrong.
It just means that they're worth. It could be. I don't really care about it.
Okay. Well.
Either way, yeah, she did raise a crap load of money.
I'm so sick of these people.
So she raised a lot of money, and that has to do with what we're talking about. How?
Sorry.
Thank you, Wikigor, for the dinosaur. Well, it looks like you're getting voted out, so you got 40 seconds to say anything else you want to say.
That's cool. I like the way your live set up. You allowed me to speak. You were fair.
Genuinely,
I was wrong about some things. Don't really think you proved to me that the government doesn't waste a lot of money.
That wasn't my.
You made a claim that Democrats want to lower taxes, but I've only ever seen them wanting to raise taxes.
Did you read Kamala Harris's economic plan?
That she wanted to raise corporate taxes. I didn't see anything about the middle class.
Yeah, you didn't read it. Is the problem?
I saw
the tax cuts tax cuts that were provided to the middle class in her plan would have been more beneficial for anyone making under $400,000 a year. Her plan for anyone making under $400,000 was better than Trump's plan. The fact that you didn't read it proves, at the very least, you're uninformed. I'm not going to speak to the bad person claim because we were pretty much talking about economics all the time. But ultimately, I don't know how you can justify your vote if it was just based on vibes and false information, as we went over several things that were false. Either way, you lost the dino vote. I appreciate you coming up.
We'll see how the economy's doing in 4 years. Have a good night.
You too. YouTube, Twitch, TikTok. If there's anyone out there that voted for Donald Trump, believe it or not, you are allowed to vote in your best interests. You do not have to throat the boot. It'll be okay voting for your own benefit and not tax cuts for the rich. Was he asking ChatGPT? He would type wait and then see what he read. Yeah, he said he was having conversation with ChatGPT. That was his research, having convos with ChatGPT. Cognitive tests to earn the privilege and responsibility to vote. Okay, we're gonna go to the next guest. Here we go. If you're here for the first time, drop a follow or a subscription, or depending on whatever platform you're on, just make sure you're following. We're gonna keep doing these whether TikTok gets banned or not. So follow wherever you're at, and I love you all. Unless you voted for somebody who was found civilly liable for sexually assaulting a woman, in which case I don't love you. Until you repent. Repent for your sins. We're going to the next guest. Hi, welcome up.
Hey man, how's it going?
It's going well. How are you?
Not too bad. I'm just not like if you voted for Trump, you're uninformed or a bad person or both, and I genuinely do believe that. I think you're 100% right. I'm not here to argue one bit. I just want your kind of perspective. You are an American, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so what do you think? I'm Canadian personally. What do you think of all this? At first, his whole political structure was the economy, getting things back together, um, pretty much uprooting all the evil Democrats and pushing them out of office. But now, how do you guys feel that he's talking about, economic pressure on Canada and economic and maybe force by Greenland and the Panama Canal? How does that make you guys feel? I mean, that's something that you guys have never dealt with before. And as an American, that's got to be quite scary when your president is trying to economically pursue people economically, you know what I mean? Like by annexing them. And we do have, like, Canada is more left leaning, but I live in a province called Alberta, and Alberta is probably the most right wing political
A lot
province
of
there is.
farming and cows
And
and stuff in Alberta, right?
yeah, a lot of oil too, a lot of oil exports. And I wouldn't say these people are misinformed, but the possibility is there.
Yeah.
Alberta's premier did not sign on with the rest of the other premiers to combat Donald Trump's tariff. So, how does it make you guys feel? I mean, that's got to be part of your identity that you guys were always, the front runner of NATO and a big
So
ally.
half of us
It's
are
got to feel
horrified.
so weird.
Half of us are horrified, and the other half are twisting themselves into pretzels to justify it. That's pretty much where we're at. But yeah,
Yeah, I
appreciate
think
you for
it's
coming
just a
up.
big distraction because, yeah, not a problem, man. I'm not here to argue or anything. I just want to kind of get your perspective. I've been kind of going around and trying to get other people's perspectives as Americans too. I have friends that are from Idaho. They're 100% MAGA. I don't judge them whatsoever. I can't say if they're misinformed or not. Not my country, not my circus. But when you start talking about my country, um, especially a NATO ally, it kind of weakens our alliance.
Hmm.
And given everything that's politically going on geographically with Ukraine, China, and Taiwan, it seems like all the right wing kind of, even in Europe, all the right wing kind of prop ups are kind of just trying to destabilize that.
Yeah. But yeah. Appreciate
Anyway,
you
I'm
coming
gonna
up.
let you get back to your show. Absolutely love your content. Keep it going, man. I'm gonna drop a follow. I've been watching for like, I don't know, last couple days, so I just figured I'd hop on and just get your perspective.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate that.
All right, thanks, man.
Bye. Sorry, chat. I'm still getting used to OBS. So if I move something around in a weird way, it's because I don't know what I'm doing. Can I fit this over here? Yeah, it's fine. Oh, I could probably just fit this right there. Okay, cool. Is there any chance for TikTok? It looks like we're losing TikTok at least for Sunday and Monday, at the very minimum, and possibly forever. So that's where we're at for that. We're gonna go to the next guest. Here we go. Overstimulating just for us gotta be crazy for you. Yeah, I'm looking at 3 chats. I'm about to lose it. Okay.
How you doing, Dan?
I'm doing well. How are you?
Man, I'm all right. One day at a time.
Okay. Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Oh, absolutely.
And why so?
We've spoke before.
Uh-oh.
I've just heard you listening or speaking, saying what you were saying about how great it would have been under Kamala, and nowhere in there. I mean, you're almost like a talking head. I'm watching CNN in here.
Okay.
Every little narrative or talking point about the economy, it's like CNN.
All right. Well,
No.
is there anything I said that was incorrect? Because that's what I would be interested in.
No. There's a difference between saying correct things and then leaving things out. Do you know what I mean?
Okay. What did I leave out?
Well, how about we talk about income disparity? How about we talk about that?
We could talk about income disparity.
Yeah. Okay. So I believe our economy is completely broken. So whatever, and you're talking about his tariffs, the economy was already destroyed before that.
Okay. So why would we make it worse?
Well, the thing is this: why would we want the status quo? Is what I'm asking you.
Because the status quo would not be making it worse.
Kamala-
Donald Trump represents
No.
making it worse. If you think it's bad
It's
now,
been getting worse. Okay.
he will make it worse.
I'm telling you right now, I believe this. And if you look at the metrics, it probably backs me up. If you go all the way back to Clinton, or even before Clinton, to Reagan, Bush, you start looking at economics, and we've been consistently doing worse and worse and worse economically. Excuse me.
Well, it depends on the metric, but I agree with you in terms of income inequality and wealth disparity.
Yes,
100%.
absolutely.
Do you know when that started?
Yeah, I know why.
No.
But now,
Well,
if
when?
you want to point fingers and go,
When?
yeah, Reagan.
Reagan.
Reaganomics.
Yes. Okay.
Absolutely.
Trickle down
Glass-Steagall, all
economics
that. Listen,
and Reagan's policy.
let me just make my point here. So you want to leave out? Oh yeah, it's getting worse, and it's not working for the people. But let's go ahead and just vote for somebody who's going to continue the same.
When the
That's
other
what
option
I'm
is making
hearing
it worse,
from you.
yes. When the other option is making it worse, yes.
No,
By the way,
it's
just so we're clear,
already getting
I
worse.
have ways to defend Kamala's plan and say it would have made it better, but she literally could have been a blank piece of paper and it would have been better than Trump because his policies make it worse, right? Just on a debate logical standpoint, she doesn't need any policy and she's already better. So how can you defend wanting to make it worse? Is my question to you, and then we can talk about if she makes it better or not.
Okay. What I'm going to try to defend is it was already going to get worse. It's been getting worse over time. It's getting worse for the common guy. Like, listen, I remember Barack Obama. I voted for Barack Obama, and I remember the change. Well, the change is going to come. We're voting for change. It was the same thing.
Okay. So
Do you understand?
really quickly,
So we're done. We're done.
this is when we
believing in
start.
change.
This is when we start to have to use critical thinking, right, and not do
Okay.
correlation causation, and realize why things are
Okay,
getting.
so if you get punched in the face, it's going to hurt. Like that's a causation, right?
That's causation, correct? That's not correlation.
Okay, so if I'm going to get punched in the face, I could say it's going to hurt, right? If I continue to vote for the same thing and it's been hurting worse and worse and worse, it's going to hurt worse and worse and
No,
worse.
I'll give you an example of correlation causation. It's if the last time you got punched in the face, you were outside of a Dunkin' Donuts. So now you avoid Dunkin' Donuts rather than avoiding the guy that punched you in the face.
Exactly. Okay, so I'm telling you, the Dunkin' Donuts is Kamala, and the Dunkin' Donuts was Joe Biden, and it's the same thing. I got punched in the face every time. It just keep getting worse and worse. And nowhere in there do you want to speak about how it's getting worse. Or you're saying it's going to be worse with Trump. And I agree. It's going to get terrible. But if you want to fix something, sometimes you have to break it.
So you realize you proved my point, right? You're saying,
In a way, yeah.
you're saying that even though the Dunkin' Donuts had nothing to do with me getting punched in the face, I still don't want to go to Dunkin' Donuts.
No, okay, no, I didn't mean to make the point like that. I'm saying that if I'm going to go get donuts at a place where I'm going to get punched in the face and I don't expect to, then I'm insane. Because doing the same thing over and over again, expecting different results, is insanity, right? We have been voting these people in, and they're both conservative and Republicans. They do the same thing.
False.
The debt gets worse. What do you mean?
You're saying they do the same thing. That is not
They
true.
do this. Nothing has changed. It's all the same. Status quo.
That's
the
not
rich
even true.
get
Okay,
richer.
so wait. You agreed. Hold on. You agreed that this all started with Reagan. The income inequality, the wealth inequality,
Right.
the economy
Absolutely.
starting to shit on itself. Started with Reagan. It's gotten worse and worse and worse. But that's not
Absolutely.
true. That it's been steadily worse and worse and worse because it got better under Bill Clinton. We have a prime example.
I think he had a surplus. That's all. I really don't remember any kind of benefits. If anything, I mean, didn't Waco happen under Clinton? You know, all that craziness and all this, you know, FBI monitoring.
You were very
everybody's
specifically
stuff.
talking about the economy, and even more specifically talking about overspending. I bring up a guy who led to a surplus, and you're pivoting to Waco.
Yeah, but I don't think he did it as a. I think if the budget he proposed stayed in effect, we would have had a surplus, but we didn't anyway.
Thank you, Miles. Okay.
If you look it up, like the budget he proposed, it was like a projected surplus, and it just never really became that. You know what I mean?
No, we
it's
did
like
have a
saying,
surplus.
well, if we save up this, they don't pass anything. The Republicans and the Democrats pass nothing.
Wait.
Nothing that we want.
This
they're not
already
going
is
to.
false. Hold on. This is all you're already speaking falsehoods. Donald Trump passed one major piece of legislation, which was the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. Whether you agree with it or not, I obviously disagree with it. That was still something passed. Joe Biden passed multiple pieces of legislation: the infrastructure bill, the Chips and Science Act, et cetera, et cetera. You can disagree or agree with these different things, but the two parties are very different, both on social. We haven't even touched on social issues, but even on the economy, they're very different. If your bar is both parties are overspending, even that is very different because one party overspends more. And if that were the case, you can maybe make an argument for not voting, but to vote for the one that does the thing you don't want more makes no sense.
Okay, I'm gonna be clear. So, I think you're misunderstanding what I'm saying. Okay, I really do. I'm telling you, and this is how I feel. The government is broken. It doesn't work, and it's getting worse and worse and worse. So, we're not going to continue to vote for a government that controlled by economy that is ruled by a ruling class, and we're all suffering.
Yeah, you voted for the ruling class, big dog. You voted for billionaires.
Okay, so they tell us who we can vote for. Do you understand?
Huh?
The people who control the media put their people up to, like, if I own the TV channel and I own the broadcasting and I own the poster making, I can pretty much control who people vote for by marketing them. You understand what I'm saying? There's no grassroots nothing anymore. Okay, it's all... Okay, if you think the government works, let me ask you this. Why is it that we had 2 Clintons and 2 Bushes running for the president? Out of 300 million people, somehow we keep having the same families to vote for. You really think that it's we're voting for that?
Wait, I can answer that so easily. Okay. This is not like a difficult question. So these families, especially in the Bush case, all got into politics, right? They're all politicians. And that's not crazy, by the way, for families to get into the same industry. There's families of all
300 million people, statistically. The chances
my sentence has not finished.
No.
Okay, hold on. My sentence has not finished. So when one of them becomes president, the American people have name recognition now with that president. Okay. And if his brother also has experience as a politician, then it stands to reason that he might win a primary or two. Now, I would rather George W. Bush didn't win the election, but it's not some kind of conspiracy to keep the Bushes and Clintons in power.
You just agreed to what I said. If I control the TV channels, like Trump, why do you think he even became president? Because he was on the TV. If I own the channels, I can basically make the president. What you're saying?
Yeah. Let's say that's the case.
Right?
Let's say that's the case. Let's say that's the case. Let's say that's the case. Then why did you vote for Trump?
Because he is not a politician, for one.
Yes, he is.
The first time he ran the country, he about put it into the ground. And I want him to destroy it. I want him to stop the government and the economy.
And what do you think is going to come up from the rubble? Do you think we're going to all of a sudden be...
Something better.
How? How when the people that are destroying it...
Always...
The people that are destroying it represent the problem with it.
Where it's already destroyed. This is the
okay, that's where you're wrong. Okay? That's where you're wrong. Right now, the United States. Listen, I don't like unfettered capitalism. I don't like the fact that we don't have universal health care. There's a lot of. I don't like the income inequality, the wealth inequality. There's a lot of things I don't like about the United States and the economy of the United States. But we could get so much worse. We can experience hyperinflation. We can have our dollar turn into nothing, like in Greece.
Some people
and in African
already
countries,
experience that now.
Zimbabwe. So if you think that we're destroyed now, then you've lost the plot. You've lost the plot.
No. See, you're being anecdotal. You're like, well, I have a computer and I can talk on the internet. The majority of people right now are barely getting by. Did you know? Let's talk about statistics.
Nope. I gotta stop you right there. I gotta stop you right there. The poorest person in the United States is still doing way better than in many other countries. The fact that you want us to get worse is insanity to me.
No, hold on a minute. So deaths of despair have overtaken car accidents as a cause of death. That means people are overdosing and suiciding themselves. Whatever.
Trump's not gonna make that better. Trump's not gonna make that better. Trump's not gonna make that better.
What
Absolutely
I'm saying
relevant.
is it's indicative of the times, and the birth rate's actually going down.
Genuinely?
So what we're gonna do is
Shit's bad. It can get worse. Shit's bad. It can get worse. Shit's bad. It can get worse. How is that so difficult for your brain to comprehend?
How about this? Let's talk about how great the Chips and Science Act was. Boy, he really did take that government spending and beef up some more of the what is that? The warmonger machine or whatever, the people who make the weapons. That was a big payout to the weapons manufacturing. Chips and Science Act. They're just gonna give money to contractors.
That's not what the Chips and Science Act is about.
What do you mean? They're gonna make chips, computer chips. Because we're not going to be able to make them in Taiwan anymore because China's going to take over Taiwan. Well, they're going to use these chips in military things. What do you think our most major import in this country? What is our number one export in this country? What do you think it is? Weapons. The United States' number one export is weapons. Look it up. That was a huge payout to the military industrial complex. But let's not talk about how we have a epidemic of drug overdose. Let's not talk about how 70% of people make less than $40,000 a year. Let's not talk about what's really going on because it's great, right?
There is nothing you'll be able to say to me that will prove that somehow the United States is at the bottom of the barrel. Thank you, Double Ray, and thank you, Dana. The United States is at the bottom of the barrel, and you'd rather it get worse and destroyed so that Donald Trump and Elon Musk can build something better. That your brain is not functioning properly if you think that's the case. It.
We have a fascist dictator as a president. You know that. And guess what? It's too late. He's already there. We have
you helped him get there. You
listen to me.
You helped him get there.
Listen to me. We have half of the population got marching orders already. Now, it's going to change. It's going to change, and you don't have a choice.
We could have avoided this easily. You could have just not voted for the fascist. It would have been so simple. Thank you for the $5, Maxim. Please bring Tanner on this guest.
Act like what people are doing right now is an anecdotal of the times that they're living in. Just like back in the 30s. What did he say back then? He was saying the reason you're doing so bad is because of those people, just like today. If it wasn't for these times, someone like that could be president.
Yeah, so you're saying that you in the 30s would have voted for Hitler because in 50 years, Germany has a better economy?
It is the natural order of us as a people. That's what we do. It's happened before. Now, if you
I'm going to need you to answer that question. In the 30s, you would have voted for Hitler because in 50 years, Germany would have had a much better economy. Is that true?
Let me clarify. I'll answer that, but let me clarify it first, okay? So, if I'm in Germany and I'm doing bad economically, like the people in Germany were at the time, the chances that the majority of the population are going to look to this guy as a savior is pretty high. And I might do the same thing. See, you want to make it as like people are educated and looking into the fine details.
So,
they're going.
Can you answer the question? You said you'd answer, right? You said you'd answer?
Yeah, I did.
So you said yes, you would.
I would if I was doing.
You were doing poorly in the
me and my family.
Yeah,
I would have voted for the strong man. In hindsight.
Oh, there's a guy in YouTube chat that's crashing out. I wish he could request on TikTok. So the last guest would have voted for Adolf Hitler, FYI, for those that are just tuning in. The last guest just admitted he would have voted for Hitler if he wasn't making enough money in Germany.
Don't boo.
Proved my prompt. All right, I'm gonna read this guy's YouTube comments. It's a shame that modern quote unquote debates are actually just mudslinging aggravation contexts. Just keep being a belligerent child, Danny. Eventually, his composure will crack. At some point, I'm not arguing with a human anymore, right? His argument is things are bad now. I want them to get destroyed and worse for everyone, so that maybe one day things will get better. I can't change his philosophy. He's just brain broken. His brain no good.
Don't boo. Vote.
All right, we're gonna go to the next guest. If you're here for the first time, thank you all so much for joining. We're live doing these political debates, discussions, and fact checks. I don't know what platform we're going to be on, but whatever platform you're watching me on, if you could do me a favor and just drop a follow or a sub or whatever they're called, follows, and if you want to like, if that means tapping the screen, whatever you want to do. I love you all, wherever you are, wherever you're at, whatever happens. TikTok will, these debates will keep going. So, all right, we're gonna go to the next guest right now. When can we sub on Twitch? I think I have to be an affiliate for that now. Oh, hold on. Let's see what.
Hey.
Hi.
So one, I was trying to send you messages, and I think you might be slightly overstimulated because it didn't seem like you were getting them. Two, I wanted to make sure that everybody takes a second to make sure that they are following you on one of the other accounts, because YouTube, I cannot see who all is there. But Twitch, there's only like 14-ish people in there. So while there are 837 people in here, we will not have this platform come next week. We are hoping we will have it in the future, but as of right now, this will not exist next week. If you want to continue to see this wonderful human I call my friend, please make sure you are following him on either the YouTube or the Twitch. Yes, I sound like an old person. I don't care. Please make sure you're following one of those accounts, if not both. Thank you. Have a nice day. Also, Dan, if you could please mod Mac on YouTube, that would be fantastic. If you scroll up there, hopefully you're able to see her. Mac, if you're still over in YouTube, if you could drop like a wave or a heart or something, that would be awesome.
Let me see.
Yeah, this is not going to be here, so please make sure you're following another account. I love you guys all very, very much, and we love this community. There's Mac. We want to make sure that we can continue this, so please go ahead and double check that you are in fact following one of the other accounts. If you need help, reach out to a mod. We will help you. Do you need anything else from me? If not, I'm going to go back to being overstimulated as well.
Okay, appreciate you.
Okay, bye.
Bye. Okay, let me see. Here. All right, I'm watching the YouTube live right now. Mac, I see Mac. Add as moderator. There we go. Okay, I think we did it. Oh, and Gravini's not a moderator. Add as moderator. Okay, cool. All right, we're going to the next guest. Thank you all for your patience. This is actually our first time multi-streaming debates. We have multi-stream. We've done a couple test streams, but this is the first time actually doing it with the debate. YouTube looks good, Dan. Thank you, Sam. I appreciate that. Hey, Tony. Hi, welcome up.
What's up, man?
How you doing?
Oh, I'm good. Hey, so I didn't vote for Trump, but don't kick me yet. I just have a question. So what's the ceasefire thing that you were talking about the other night? I'm not very politically informed, so I don't know what all that is.
Oh, ceasefire between Israel and Palestine.
Oh, okay. So that's a good thing, I assume.
If it goes through, yeah.
Okay. All right. That's all. That's all I was wondering about.
No problem.
All right.
Chat, we're doing a new rebrand. We were Dirty Dan. Now we're Dan Malik. But we're going to change Google. We are now Google. Oh my god, I almost X out of the TikTok live. Hold on. Okay. We're going to the next guest. Give me 1 second. Thank you all for your patience. All right. We are going to go to our next guest. Let me see if I can lower the brightness a little bit. Okay. Thank you, Maxim, for the $1 recrop patience meter. I've updated a bit. Oh, I spent so much time cropping it today. Okay, here we go. Going to the next guest. Where are you going after the ban? YouTube mainly, but also Twitch and all my links are in my link tree. YouTube chat is having a religious debate over there. I don't know what's going on over there. What's going on in Twitch? Okay, Twitch is chill. All right, here we go. Next guest. Hi, welcome up. Oh, and they're gone. Hold on, we got a comment. Or we have differing opinions, and letting who voted for divide us is exactly why Trump is president. Yeah, you voted for the guy who was dividing us. He said you should be scared of immigrants. Immigrants are poisoning the blood of our nation. Direct quote from Mein Kampf. If that's cool with you, then you're a bad person. I can still judge you for what you did, the fact that you voted for him. I'm not gonna be, oh well, we have differences of opinion. You want me dead, but we have differences of opinion. Miss me with that. Come on. Go to the next guest. Our fight needs to be against the rich. I agree, Charlotte. Until the right stops voting for the rich, we can start having that fight. Hi, welcome up. Hello. User. Bueller. Chat, is my mic too loud? Kamala Harris had almost all billionaires aid her campaign co-partner. You know what's funny? We literally pulled this up for some bootlickers earlier, but I'll show it to you as well. So richest person to donate to a political campaign, or sorry, biggest single donation to a political campaign, Elon Musk, the Trump. Second biggest, Timothy Mellon to Trump. Third biggest, Miriam Adelson to Trump. Fourth biggest, Richard and Elizabeth Yulene to Trump. Fifth biggest, sixth biggest, seventh biggest. It's not until 8th and 9th that we have Dustin Moskovitz and Michael Bloomberg that donate to Harris. You're actually smooth-brained if you just take people's word on X.com that says all the billionaires voted for donated to Harris. It's not true. The billionaires are donating to the person who's going to cut their taxes. You really, genuinely can vote in your own best interest. You don't have to lick their boots. You don't have to throw at their boots. There's very delicious things out there, unless you prefer the flavor of Windows, because it sounds like you're licking those too. We're going to go to our next guest.
Hi, Dan.
Hi, how you doing?
Good. You know I'll support Kamala. Just a quick question. What do you have to say to the Jill Stein voters? Because I ran into one the other day, and it kind of upset me a little bit because it's like you could just vote for Kamala. Why are you voting for Jill Stein? Like she's just running for years. She's never going to get picked. Like
Jill Stein voters just they want a virtue signal. They want to ride their high horse into the sunset. The reality is they don't actually care about anyone in this country or in Palestine. They just care about their own feelings, and yeah, this caption applies to them. Frankly, they're either uninformed or a bad person or both. So that's what I got to say about Jill Stein voters.
okay, and are you going to be on? Okay, you're going to be on YouTube. Okay, after the ban, you're going to be on YouTube. Are you going to be doing like debates and stuff, or?
Hopefully, but we'll see how it works. It's going to be obviously a little bit different to host these debates because TikTok lets just the absolute craziest people possible join your lives, and it makes for good content.
Okay.
So we'll see.
Thank you. And one more thing before I get off. You changed the little gift thing, the heart hands. It used to be the common laugh.
Yeah.
Which one is the laugh now? I was trying to get you, but I don't know which one it is.
Good question. Give me 1 second. It is it's called the Magic Rhythm. It's like a guitar. I'm gonna play one for free just for you.
Thank you.
You think you just fell out of a coconut tree?
Chat, it's gonna be so weird without the TikTok gifts. Oh my god, I just thought about that. Epsilon, thank you for the $1. Probably. Okay. Copy Epsilon, I got it. There are Twitch plugins that people can pay bits and pick a sound. Oh, that's cool. All right, going to the next guest. Hi, welcome up. Maya, Bueller. Hello? You unmuted, so I know you can hear me. Testing. Okay. Next guest. Why can't people be fed up with the left running the country into ruin? Good question, Adrian. Because when I ask you, what did the left do to run the country into ruin, your answers are incoherent. You think the left is running the country into ruin because of fake news on X.com. You really love Elon's retweets, when in reality, he just wants you guys to vote for his tax cuts. So that's why I gave you the caveat. You get to be uninformed. Maybe you're not a bad person. Maybe you're just uninformed. Sounds like that, Adrian. Go to the next guest.
Hello.
Hi, welcome up.
What's up, man? I got a question. What's the difference between a Democrat and a newborn baby?
Go to the next guest.
Hey Dan,
Hey, how's it
how you
going?
doing? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
How you doing, Dan?
I'm doing well. How are you?
I'm doing okay. I've been in here before, so I don't know if you remember. But I don't understand how all these Republicans can say that we have the worst economy in the world. Our economy is in the toilet when like there are plenty of worse places to be economic wise. Like eggs aren't at $30. I get it, the cost of living is high, but that doesn't take 2 days to fix. That takes 2 years to fix. And that's if you pass everything you want. So I don't understand it. At some point, it just has to be like ignorance.
Yeah. But, ignorance
So it's
or an excuse to vote for hate, which I think is a lot of people's
like I
natural reason.
I don't understand someone who would say they would vote for Funny Mustache Man. That's just someone who wants an excuse to be an angry old person. So keep fighting the good fight. I'll probably follow you on Twitch or on YouTube. So keep fighting, Dan.
Thank you. Have a good one. All right. Shout out to the top 3 likers on TikTok. Please cheese me, Indie Moon, and Trap Baby. I appreciate you guys. I don't know if that's a plugin we can do for YouTube and Twitch, but for everybody, I don't even know. Do YouTube and Twitch have like likes like that? I feel like you like it once and that's it, right? Like on TikTok, if there's anybody on YouTube and Twitch that aren't here from TikTok and it just like popped up on your YouTube/Twitch, on TikTok they have this thing where you tap the screen and it helps the live. It's actually unhinged. I'm glad they're banning this app. I'm sorry. I'm joking. Um. Okay. I'm gonna reset that real quick, and we're gonna go to the next guest. What days will you be moving? Will you be on moving forward, Dan? I'm going to miss you so much. I'm gonna miss you too, Gina. We'll see. We're probably gonna be live for the inauguration. I'm not even sure if TikTok's banned. But I don't know if I can stream it on other platforms. But I'm gonna try to stick to the same schedule for now. Too soon. Oh my god, I saw a comment earlier on a TikTok that said this would have done numbers on TikTok. That shit hit. All right, we're gonna go to the next guest. Hi, welcome up.
Hey Dan, how you doing?
I'm doing well. How are you?
I'm doing all right. So I'm a friendly, but I just got a question for you. So from what I've read today, Joe Biden was the one that, of course, signed this whole TikTok ban deal going on. But it was because it was integrated into a bill for support to Israel, and I don't know if the TikTok deal was just less significant to the support of the countries that he was trying to send these funds to, and that's why he did it. Because I see a lot of people blaming Biden, but I feel like if
Yeah, so my take on it is I actually don't think I'm gonna give Biden that much grace. I don't think his reason was only because it was bundled in. That's probably a part of it, but I also think he probably would have been on the side of banning it just because he's old. And banning TikTok is actually like a bipartisan issue, unfortunately. I do think there was probably some senators slash House members that maybe had their hands forced, but I haven't seen any evidence that that's the reason that Biden signed the bill. It could have just been that he's neutral on TikTok and he's like, all right, fuck it. That's more likely. As a reminder for anyone that is blaming Biden for signing that bill, Donald Trump tried to ban TikTok in 2018. So ultimately, I think the issue here is not even like a left and right thing. It's more of a old people slash meta stock owner thing versus TikTok user thing. But yeah.
I feel like TikTok though would have a pretty substantial, credit towards helping the economy though, with all these small businesses using the TikTok shop to promote their products and everything like that. Lot of more private sellers and everything. So I just don't see, other than the whole security and data to China, everything like that, even though it's not. But I just don't see how that can overcome the money that they're getting from this app because, the government's always about money.
Yeah. Ed Markey made a really, really compelling argument about that, about the benefits of TikTok, about the benefits of TikTok for the economy. It's just that we have like people with their heads up their asses, like Tom Cotton, who blocked. For those that don't know, so the Senate was almost able to pass a delay in the ban. It needed to be unanimous consent, and one senator blocked it, which was Tom Cotton, and it's the same guy who was in that Singaporean senator. Singaporean. You know that clip? That was Tom Cotton. So if you want to be mad at anyone, don't be mad at Trump. Don't be mad at Biden. Be mad at Tom Cotton. Egg his house in a video game.
Do you think it's likely for it to get bought? Because I've seen quite a few people now putting offers.
No, there's a bunch of people that that would be down to buy TikTok. TikTok's not for sale.
Alrighty, well, that's all I got, but I appreciate your time, Dan.
Thank you so much. Comment from Twitch. It was never about security when TikTok offered to move their databases to the US and they said no. Yeah, so the security thing, I think, well, one of two things is happening. Either the security thing is acting as a facade and like the government has real reasons for it, which I think is probably the case for some people. Remember, not the government as like one monolith, I think is silly to look at it. There's a lot of different motives in Congress. So some of them are using this it's a facade, and then they're benefiting from the meta stock going up. They're benefiting from being able to control the narrative on other social media platforms versus TikTok, where the algorithm controls the narrative. But I think there's probably others that even when it's explained to them, they just assume, oh, it's a security risk. Because if it was actually about security, we'd be going after Temu, which has more American data. We'd be going after so many other companies, but specifically TikTok. Hi Dan, loved your collab with Adam last night. Thank you so much. It was fun. All right, it was someone's birthday. Hold on, I missed it. Whose birthday was it? Whoever's birthday it was, comment again so I can wish you a happy birthday. All right, go to the next guest. Hey, Maya. Trump is going to help save TikTok, and you can continue saying how bad he is. You know what, Coach Tony? That's the difference between you and me. If Trump saves TikTok, I'm going to give Trump props for that. But when Biden does a bunch of good stuff for the country, you guys shit your pants. You can't accept it. You can't even accept that he won the election. So, yeah, I have free thought. I've credited Trump in Project Warp Speed during his first term. If he saves TikTok, that's going to be awesome. But at the end of the day, number one, he tried to ban it in 2018. So this would be a flip-flop. But number two, I'll give him credit when he does. You guys won't. Trump just saving it to look like a good guy. What the fuck? Yeah. So if Trump ends up saving it, it's going to be because he wants people to love him, and people are going to love him if they save TikTok. Dan, his party and judges caused it, though. Correct. but ultimately, so in terms of his judges, the Supreme Court ruling was unanimous. So I can't, as much as I want to shit on Trump for everything, right? I really do try to look at things from a non-biased. Obviously, I'm partisan in a way, but from a non-biased perspective, I'm looking at it from the start, and it's not the judges, it's not Trump's judges, because it was all 9 justices. Yeah, it was a unanimous decision. Oh, sorry. 1 second. TikTok's being weird. Yeah. Now, as for the Republicans in Congress, that's also not really his fault, at least during Biden's term, because it's not like he told them to vote one way or another. Now, you can argue that because he wanted to ban it in 2018, that pushed the agenda. But ultimately, this is one case where I really can't blame Trump as much as I want to. As bad as he is for the country in every other way, I can't blame Trump. Go to the next guest. So the democracy that was at risk, we can't vote for one of the two people or we are bad. No, you can vote for one of the two people. It's just one was so demonstrably bad in every single way that clearly you're uninformed or a bad person. If you wanna disprove that, that's you can request up and talk about it. But it's like, if you voted for him because his policies are better, then you're uninformed, right? And if you voted for him for any other reason, then you're a bad person. So go to the next guest. Hi, welcome up.
I'm not a Trump supporter, but I just wanted your opinion on something, if that's possible.
Yes, give me 1 second though, because we have a dumb comment alert. Jody, we are not a democracy. We're a republic. You're wrong. How do you live in the United States of America and not know that we're a constitutional democratic republic? You can be a democracy and a republic at the same time. That's what we are. They taught it in 3rd grade social studies. Yes, go ahead with your question.
Okay, so I talked to somebody seriously, and he's a Trump supporter, and he's just dumb. Like, he's actually stupid when it comes to politics. And I be feeling like a bad person sometimes for still speaking to him, because it's like, why am I associating with somebody like this? But I do be trying to like sway him into the right direction, and I just want some good talking points. Like, when we speak about it, he always goes into the fact that, like, oh my God, he says the same things these Trump supporters be saying, like the economy was better under Trump, how people won't respect a woman, and like when he says that, it gets me so mad, because it's like, dude, so if you have a daughter, you're gonna sit there and be like, oh, like you can't be president because, well, you're a woman? Like, that's crazy. And like we start arguing about that, and it's just like, it's so hard to have the conversation while arguing, you
It's
know?
it's a lot harder to convince someone that they're wrong about like the economy than to convince them that they're wrong about like misogyny. It's so hard to like misogynize a man. I don't know how to answer that. I don't know if there's any women that have any tips for that. But when someone comes up and says like other world leaders won't respect Kamala, it's usually a lost cause. I'm never able to get them because I asked them what are the examples of other world leaders not respecting the many female world leaders that we've had, and they never have an example. I asked them about the fact that Donald Trump got laughed at by our allies on the world stage. They never have an answer for that. They just
No,
they
I
just
brought
don't
that
vibe with
up.
women,
We
and I don't
literally
know how to fix
argued
that.
about that. We literally argued about that, 'cause I said that, like, literally the world took him as a joke, and he's like, no, they don't. No, they don't. They respect Trump. I'm like, what?
Yeah, vibes.
And okay, last question before I drop. Am I a bad person? Like, would you, if you were in my shoes, like, would you
Would I what?
like, would you continue speaking to somebody that is possibly misogynist, or like?
If they're not trying to change, then life's too short, man. It's not worth it. I would just drop them.
That's true.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you for your time. I love
Thanks.
you. Keep it up.
Have a good night. Dean Raid? Welcome in, Dean Raiders. Hey, everyone. Hey, everyone. Hey, everyone. If you're not following, we're actually simul streaming right now on TikTok, YouTube, and Twitch. So if you want to start following on the other platforms, if you're on TikTok, I have them listed up there, plus my link tree. If you're on Twitch and YouTube, then it's all over there. So I appreciate everybody, and we're gonna go to the next guest. Oh, Parker and Dean Raid. Welcome in, Parkerers and Dean Omites. I don't know what you guys call each other. Welcome in, Peeners. Peen supremacy. I love you guys. Welcome in, everybody. All right, we're going to the next guest. Love you too, Jordan. Dean Titans. Oh, I like Dean Titans. That's good. Dean Titans is good. All right, what about for Parker? I'm doing Dean Titans. Welcome in, Dean Titans. He's still Dino-mites. Parkinators. All right, here we go. Next guest. Parking
So,
tickets. Hi, welcome up.
I voted for Trump.
Okay, and why so?
He's gonna lower inflation.
Based on what?
He's gonna, huh?
Based on what? Where do you get that idea?
Well, he says it. That's where I get the idea.
Okay, and you believe everything he says?
No. But
So why do
you
you
just
believe
asked
that?
me where I got the idea from.
Yeah, so he said something. He lies a lot. He has 30,000 documented lies in his first 4 years. And even if you ignore that and just take him at his word that he's going to lower inflation, but look at his policy is inflationary. So why would you think that?
Because his policies are not inflationary.
Oh, okay. So which of his policies will lower inflation?
Drill, baby, drill.
Are you trolling or are you a real person?
I don't understand that dichotomy. I think trolls can be real people.
Okay, so you are trolling.
Nope.
Okay, so you actually think that drill baby drill is going to lower inflation?
Yep.
We're drilling more now than ever in the history of this country.
That's incorrect.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Okay, so if I show you that we're drilling more now than we ever have in the history of this country, are you gonna?
You can't.
Oh, okay. Give me 1 second. I got you. A second. I'm gonna put this somewhere. Oh, I guess
Drill, baby, drill.
I don't need it here. What is happening right now? Oh, okay. So
Life is the Matrix. Be rich or be broken, be basic.
okay, you're trolling. I'm not gonna waste my time.
Y'all don't want static?
We're gonna go to the next guest. He's been here before. Has he been a troll before? Okay. I'm trying to add a little thing that says welcome Parker and Dean Raiders. Taking me a minute. Damn, there's a lot of y'all. Okay. Well, caps lock. Welcome Park. Welcome and Parker Raiders. Okay. That should be on TikTok on TikTok only. I moved it. Oh shit. Okay. Where do I put it? Put it right there. Yeah, I'm still learning to use OBS, so it's very confusing. I love you all. We're gonna go to our next guest. Appreciate your patience. If you're not following, make sure you're following on all the platforms. I don't know if TikTok's gonna still exist, but you could follow here.
That's a
but also
damn lie.
Twitch, YouTube, Blue Sky, Only Dance, everything. I'm kidding about the last one. We're going to the next guest.
Hey.
Hi, welcome up.
Hey, I talked to you a couple months before the election took place. And I just wanted to follow up. Are you going to be watching the inauguration on the 20th?
I haven't decided yet. Chat's on the fence about it. Brian, thank you for the cap. I missed it. I'm sorry. Thank you, Brian.
You don't want to watch the next president. You put in all this work, all this energy, but you don't want to watch the next winner get put in?
Well, I mean, Trump didn't even watch when Biden got put in. He skipped the inauguration, so I don't think it's that crazy for me not to watch it. By the way, just FYI, I didn't watch the Biden inauguration. It's not like a once in a lifetime event. You know, presidents get inaugurated every 4 years. But either way, I'm going to do whatever my chat wants. If chat wants to watch it, we'll watch it. If not, we won't.
All right. So, if TikTok gets banned, what are you going to do?
Well, right now we're streaming on YouTube and Twitch, so I'm probably gonna just keep streaming there.
So, like, you have 1,000 people on TikTok. How many are on YouTube?
I don't know. I can't see it. Well, what is it?
How much are on Twitch?
I can't see it.
Yeah. So we know what's gonna happen if TikTok gets banned, right? See you, buddy.
Oh, you're one of my fans. I see. Okay. So it bothers you when I talk bad about your cult leader. Is that what
I'll pay you to watch the inauguration live.
How much?
$50.
Send it. Send it.
Okay.
I don't know if I'll be live on TikTok, but I'll be live on YouTube and Twitch. Send it.
Okay. All right. I'll join in. I'll re-request.
No. Send it now.
No, I'll re-request the day of. What the hell?
Why would I do that? What if I don't even want to go live?
Well, I'm telling you, I'm gonna be there. What the hell?
What are you, a brokey? Just send the $50.
Why are you talking about money?
You brought it up.
Yeah, I offered you money, but why are you talking about my financial? Why are you talking about my financial situation?
Because I want you to send me $50.
I will on the 20th.
No, send it now.
I want to watch you with your own eyes. I want to see you watch the inauguration.
I mean, you can come, and I mean, you probably are going to come on that night because of the inauguration. But you can show up on the 20th and watch.
Gotta go. I have dinner. You can have fun on TikTok. See ya.
Okay, that guest is lost cause. We're gonna go to the next guest. Oh, wait a second. I just realized those guests, like the really big haters and the like, oh, TikTok's going away, so you're going away. That's like a Parker Dean thing. I've seen so many of those on Parker and Dean's lives. Mom called him for dinner. Carmine, thank you so much. 1 second. Carmine, thank you so much for the $10. Dan, I love your content. You're literally the highlight of my day. Oh, and for the part that you said not to read, it's pinned in the Discord, actually. It's pinned in the Discord. Thank you so much, Carmine. Okay, going to the next guest. Here we go. Hello? Miss Hell? Bueller? Okay. That person joined from inside of their pants pocket. We're going to go to the next guest. Hi, welcome up.
Hey, Dean, I love your debates. That's all I want to say. I love your content.
Appreciate you. Make
Thank
sure you're following
you.
everyone everywhere else.
I don't know how I got accepted. You're the GOAT, though. Keep it up.
Well, your back looked like a Trump supporter, so I...
My friends say hi.
Hi, Jonathan's friend.
Hey, don't say that.
I don't know you, but I love you.
Oh my God, hold on 1 second. John, thank you so much for the $25. Thank you so much, John. Hey, Dan, you have the exact same laugh as my undocumented best friend, who I'm constantly worried sick about, and it makes me very happy to hear it. I'm a fan for life. Keep it up, bud. Thank you so much, John. I really appreciate that. I hope I didn't just out your friend by reading that. All right, we're going to go to the next guest. Okay, now you have to laugh, Dan. I need something to laugh at. I can't just laugh on command. Okay, what's going on in these chats? All right, so Twitch chat is still talking about the last guest. TikTok chat is having a debate about Dean. And YouTube chat is... I don't know what's going on over there. YouTube chat is getting recognized. Okay, we're going to the next guest. Here we go. Laugh at Trump's website policy. Oh yeah, end inflation. Parker and Dean would never do what Charlie Kirk does. They just hide. Wait, what Charlie Kirk does? You mean ambush college students? Parker and Dean are open to debate anyone on the right. Whereas the people on the right only debate college students on campus by surprise. Yeah, okay. What do you even mean by that? Like, Dean literally did a surrounded just like Charlie Kirk did.
So I have some fun news.
Okay.
As if the ghost of Jimmy Carter couldn't say ha 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 one last time, the inauguration now has to be held indoors. So the 250,000 people that they got permits for outside the White House can't even watch it. It has to be held inside the rotunda, which will hold a couple hundred people.
That's well, I mean,
All
that's
of
what he
the
gets
flags,
for
all
not
of the flags he was worried about, no one is going to
flags.
see now.
Well, thank you so much for letting us know.
Yeah, a little bright light today, I guess.
Well, that's Schadenfreude, right? There's a German word for that. It's not actually positive news, but it makes us feel good because it's like a bad person having
Yeah,
something bad happen.
it makes us feel good.
Schadenfreude.
I think Reagan was the last one, and they said there's going to be about a third of the people allowed in the rotunda that Reagan had. He is going to have the probably one of the smallest inaugurations in history.
It'll match his hand. All right. Thank you so much for coming,
All
Vance.
right, bye.
Bye. All right, we are going to the next guest. Okay, yeah, Barbie's got it. Here we go. Next guest. Next guest. Is CS in chat? CS, are you in chat? Hi, welcome up.
Hey, I'm a supporter, but I wanted to make sure I'm clear on something that came up with one of your last supporters when he said "drill, baby, drill," which is just the stupidest thing that, and it makes sense that MAGA chugs buy into that. But and I'll preface everything that I know about the oil industry is probably comes from Mr. Global, um, and he clarified saying that while technically Biden hasn't drilled more than Trump, but we've produced more than Trump under Biden, and that's really what matters, right? Like, and then he pointed out how like Saudi Arabia is the biggest producer in the world, but they only have 13 wells. But so it doesn't matter how many wells you have or how much you're drilling. What matters is what you're getting from what you've drilled, and because of increases and improvements in technology and drilling and extraction and all that, that that's why we've been able to produce more without necessarily having to drill more. And in drilling is, and it sounds to me like MAGA wants to basically socialize the oil petroleum industry in the United States, because oil companies drill because it's profitable for them, not because a president tells them to.
Very good
So
point.
so it's stupid for them to buy into this drill baby drill, because that's just not how it works. They don't do that. I mean, if and they say, well, he's going to open up the Arctic refuge to drilling permits. He did that in the last 2 weeks of his first presidency, and it failed. The bids came in. Nobody bid for those leases. It was an utter failure. So they just don't want to drill there is the thing. So the MAGA chugs are just so dumb when they believe this drill baby drill that he tells them, because it's just not going to happen. It's not a thing.
Yeah.
But I love your content. Followed you on YouTube. I'll catch you there next week if this all goes bye bye. Mixed feelings about TikTok going bye bye myself. You get banned. You get comments taken down that, in my opinion, are not offensive, just factual. They might not like them, but they are factual. And so I've heard people who are creators express a great deal of frustration about things that they create get taken down for apparently no reason, and accounts banned. So this app creates a lot of frustration, but I understand at the same time it also provides an opportunity for a lot of people, business wise, and then also voice wise, right? So it's kind of a mixed bag. It's tough thing to swallow,
Mm-hmm.
But that's about it. So love your work. Love your work.
Thank you so much.
Keep
Appreciate you
listening
coming on.
and keep following. Yeah. Take care, man.
You too. All right, we're going to the next guest. Hi, welcome up. Hello. Okay. That was weird. We're going to the next guest. Thank you, Ice Cold. Dan, I can't comment on Twitch. Some of your comments are so random, it's funny. Here we go, next guest. Hi, welcome up. Thank you, Carmine.
Hi,
How's it going?
my name is Daniel.
Hello.
Uh, where are you from in America? I'm from Sweden,
I'm in Florida.
Florida. I'm actually not a right winger or a left winger, but I'm actually curious. What's your thoughts on the American government?
That is a very, very broad question.
But are you a fan of Julian Assange and Edward Snowden?
I'm a fan of
Do you
Edward
agree
Snowden.
with what
I'm
they
a fan
say?
of Edward Snowden, not a fan of Julian Assange.
But do you agree with what they say about the U.S. government, or do you think they are lying?
I do think there are a lot of lies coming out of our government. Sure. Yeah.
Like what? Specific.
Well, some of the things that Edward Snowden blew the whistle on, for example. But anyway.
Russia?
Legit Russian bot? Yeah, actually. All right, we're going to the next guest.
Hey, what's up, bro? How you doing?
I'm doing well. How are you?
I'm doing all right. I just had a question about Trump. Apparently, Trump has a plan to he wants to get Canada and Greenland and the Panama Canal. This is my first time really hearing of it. Like I've heard of it pretty recently. From my understanding, it's basically because we provide a lot of security and money. Just from what I've heard on that side of things, I just wanted to know what you thought about that because it does sound kind of ridiculous. But I haven't heard both sides of this yet.
It. I mean, frankly, it is ridiculous. Is the reality.
Yeah, it sounds nuts.
Um, yeah, it wasn't something that he mentioned leading up to the election. This is something that the fact that you just are now hearing about is not surprising because it's only been like a week. So, yeah, it's really weird. It's like bringing back imperialism in 2025. It's very strange.
Yeah, because to my understanding, Greenland, they're like Denmark or there's some country. They're like paired with some country in
Denmark.
NATO. Like if we went over there, we would literally just get fucked by everyone. Oh, my bad for cursing. I don't know if that's allowed on
I
your.
don't know what platform it's allowed on or not, but it's fine. You're fine.
All right, I'm not trying to mess up your groove or whatever.
I appreciate you. But yeah, that's all I really know about that.
All right, I'll look more into it, man. Thank you,
Thank you
anyways.
very much. Okay. We're gonna go to the next guest shortly. We're gonna go to our next desk. I mean, our next guest. Dude, Denny's right now would slap. Oof, kind of would, yeah. Hi, welcome up. Oh, can't hear you very well. Still, Mac? While the guest is connecting, if y'all can make sure you're following testing. What? Why is it so low? Testing? I can hear you just fine. Oh. Yeah, while the guest is connecting, if you can make sure you're following all the platforms, TikTok is getting damn, it's hard to talk about. TikTok's getting banned soon, so make sure you're following everywhere else. Never had Denny's or Waffle House. So I used to really like Waffle House, but I kind of don't like it as much anymore. The best thing about Waffle House is the hash browns because you can get them with a bunch of bullshit in them. You know, you can get them with like cheese and mushrooms and onions and ham and all this stuff. But probably not really worth it over Denny's, like money wise. Like I think you get more food, more bang for your buck at Denny's. Metro Diner is better. Oh yeah, like independent diners are always better. The patty melts are good. All right, go to the next guest. I'm actually getting hungry, chat. You should not be talking about food. Smothered, covered, peppered, covered. Wait, double covered?
Hello.
Hi, welcome up.
Hey, just 10 seconds. I don't want to waste your time. Fuck Donald Trump. You're doing like a really good deed to humanity for doing this type of shit. You really are. Thank you. Bye.
Appreciate you. Bye. All right. Okay. I'm going to ask if y'all can do me a favor. If you're in YouTube chat, can you type how many people are currently watching on YouTube? If you're in Twitch chat, do the same. TikTok, you guys don't have to. Okay. Thank you, YouTube. Thank you, Twitch. Okay, that's not bad. Definitely better than our first stream. We're getting up there.
They take in the geese.
Thank you. Wait, did you guys see the goose on my head or no? Thank you, Not on Earth One, for the goose. Yes? Okay, cool. YouTube didn't. Yeah, YouTube and Twitch didn't. Only TikTok gets to see it. I guess it doesn't matter in 2 days. Ah, okay. We don't have any guests in the box. If you voted PFFTT, I know you're like a big fan and you voted for Trump. You want to request up so we can have a debate?
I did everything right and they indicted me.
Thank you, Carmine. What's up, Johnny? Perfect timing.
Hey there, I'm a Trump supporter. I'm a big fan of the Donald Trump, so I'm here to talk about why I voted for the Donald Trump. Here to talk about it.
I mean this sincerely. You're already in the top 3 smartest that we've had so far.
Dang, really? Were they that bad today?
We had someone that justified voting for Mustache Man.
Oh.
We had someone that said billionaires don't want more money, so they must be trying to do better for the country.
Dang, that's crazy. Okay. Dang, I was gonna do a whole skit, but I don't know that I could top that.
No, I don't think you can.
They really, they're just SNL. They're
Yeah.
straight up making embarrassments of themselves. We don't even got to do it for them anymore.
Yeah, pretty much.
That's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, there was a period in the past few years where the SNL skits were actually less funny than the reality. Like that's how bad. Like the debates, there's certain debates were just like
100%.
this was.
Dude, straight up today, I had there was a veteran, right? And you know how I stand with our vets. I think that we should be doubling down on their payments, right? They should be getting more in healthcare, more in security payments. But this veteran comes up and he was telling me, Donald Trump ain't coming for me. Donald Trump was a veteran, and I was like, what? Donald Trump was a what? I'm like, Donald Trump dodged the draft. And he was like, nah, I served with Donald Trump. I was like, no, you did not. I'm like, what do you mean? What do you mean you served with Donald Trump? I'm like, Captain Bone Spurs? You did what? These guys are crazy. Just coming by to say hi, though. Hope you're having a great night, man.
It is bittersweet, I think.
Yeah,
I do
I hear
enjoy
ya.
hanging out with everybody, but the fact that it's our like second to last night, it is a little rough.
Nah, I hear you. Okay. On that Obama, it's time for me to go.
But I will say you did brighten my mood a little bit. So I'm bumping the patience meter up by 2.
W's. Folks, make sure to be showing Dan some love here. Dan, your link tree is in your bio, right?
Yes.
Dan, guys, come on now. Dan's got his link tree there. Dan provides you with education. Dan gives you entertainment. Dan created this universe. You guys might not have known this. A lot of people think it was Adam and Eve. It was Dan and Eve. So listen, folks, if you're just tuning in, support Dan. Show him some love. This guy's patience is getting tested, and it is so tough to do this. But think of him like your TV show host, right? Tip your TV show host. Tip your server. All right? Support Dan, all right?
Try that mega
Bye.
shit.
All right, see you, Dan. Have a good night.
Try
You too,
it.
Johnny. Thank you. Thank you, Not on Earth One. Appreciate the coffee
Genuinely,
magic.
no.
Thank you, Sage, for the confetti. No Dan and Adam. It was a Dan and Eve. All right, we're gonna go to the next guest. Here we go. I love the chat so much. Yeah. Thank you so much, Ice Cold. Johnny, I don't know. Like, listen, everyone's got amazing viewers, but something about the Daniverse. I'm blowing out my damn throat. I'm blowing out my damn throat. Thank you, Carmine. They're just so unhinged sometimes, and I love it. Dan, you look pensive. You should have comfort food. I've had too much comfort food over the past 5 years. I should work out, actually. That's what I should do. We're going to the next guest. Connecting sounds to gifts was so smart. Ugh, the was there hurts because we only have 2 more days of that. But thank you, mine.
The president
Hi, welcome up.
is about to be in office, and this is going to be
Irish gal?
Trump posted on Truth Social, the Supreme Court decision was expected. Everyone must respect it. Well, then it's over, right? My decision on TikTok.
Bueller?
In the not too distant future, but I must have time to review the situation. What do you mean you must have time?
Okay, well, I think they were watching MSNBC. Dodger fan, you're a good person. You misspelled your. I'm not necessarily saying I'm a good person, but at least I'm not a bad person. Imagine voting for Donald Trump. Found civilly liable for sexually assaulting a woman. Brags about being able to walk into Miss Teen USA pageants. Brags about overturning Roe v. Wade, making it so that 51% of the country can't make their own health care decisions. Brags about grabbing women by the P word. I don't know what I can say on these lives. Sexualizes his daughter. Sexualizes children when he saw a 10-year-old girl and said, I'm going to be dating her in 10 years. Why was Kamala better, though? Well, she didn't do all of the stuff I just said. And also, Also, she didn't try to overthrow the government, and her policies were better. So it's like a no brainer. It would be one thing if you guys threw away your morals for better policies, but his policies are worse too. So really, just absolute fumble on that decision. This might have been the easiest election decision of all time. And George Washington ran unopposed. This was an easier decision. Go to the next guest. Hi, welcome up.
Hello.
How you doing?
Good, and you?
I'm doing well.
So, to be honest, I didn't vote for Trump. I'm actually still in high school. I just started watching recently.
How old are you?
17, is that all right?
Guest, I love you and I appreciate you. You're welcome to learn, but unfortunately, TikTok TOS, I can't have you up. You know what? Come back tomorrow. We're breaking TOS tomorrow. We're breaking so much TOS tomorrow. Neely, thank you for the $5. Just turned my sister onto you today. You always come with receipts. Watching the Biden farewell speech with you was an amazing experience. Never stop doing what you do. Thank you so much, Neely. I really appreciate that. We getting banned with TikTok? Yeah. No, TikTok's getting banned Sunday. We're getting banned tomorrow. Next guest. Hi, welcome up. Oh, they didn't connect. Ice Cold, thank you for the hand heart. Wasn't the ban stopped? It's complicated. So Biden basically said that he is going to defer enforcement of the ban until the Trump administration decides if they want to enforce it or not. The problem with that is that TikTok doesn't really care about that. They want something more solid, so they're going dark on Sunday. GT and Liam push-up contest at 10 p.m. Mountain Time. What is 10 p.m. Mountain Time? Is that midnight my time? Because I'm trying to see that. The precedent of TikTok getting banned is worse than Trump getting reelected. I mean, that's a fair take. I don't know if I agree with it, but that is a fair take. I swear you're related to Rami Malek. Maybe not. Mountain is East Coast. No, Mountain is not East Coast. Okay, midnight. Yeah, it's midnight East Coast. If Trump saves TikTok with an executive order, will you still badmouth him? Not for that. Actually, what do you define as badmouthing? All I do about Donald Trump is tell the truth about Donald Trump. So when he does good things like Project Warp Speed, I sing his praises, and when he does bad things like pretty much everything else he's ever done in his life, then I badmouth him. But wait, did anyone see that? The Trump in the caption. I'm sorry, Twitch and YouTube, you guys can't see it. The Trump in the caption got the hat and mustache as well. Oh my god. Thank you, Carmine, for the hat and mustache. That was so funny.
Come on, man.
Thank you, Carmine. Oh my, you guys are missing out on the other platforms. I'm so sorry. If Trump saves TikTok, it doesn't make up for his terrible presidency. Correct. Thank you, CTG. He badmouths Trump, but not Biden. I badmouth Biden all the time. He shouldn't have ran for president in 2024. He shouldn't have signed the bill to ban TikTok. I badmouth Biden all the time. You just don't pay attention because your ears only hear when your cult leader gets insulted. Hi, Ashley. All right, go to the next guest. Now he really is Mustache Man. Oh shit, that's funny. Hi, welcome up. And they're gone. Okay. I had to come see the hat and mustache. They can't handle that you can criticize both. Yeah, you are allowed to criticize both. Believe it or not, you can look at the facts in front of you and then determine who's in the wrong. When I do that, most of the time it's Trump. Who are you to define someone solely on their political views, and how is that a direct comparison? Brandon. So I'm not necessarily one to define, but I think we all have a pretty similar idea about when someone is uninformed or a bad person. So, for example, if you support sexual assault, I'd say you probably would agree that that's a bad person. When someone believes something that isn't true, I'd say you probably agree that they're uninformed. So, when someone that voted for Trump comes up, they fall into one of, if not both of those categories, just based on the evidence in front of us, like the reality around us. It's not an opinion that Donald Trump's economic plan is worse than Kamala Harris's economic plan. It's not an opinion that Donald Trump is the first felon ever elected to the presidency. It's not an opinion that Donald Trump was found civilly liable for sexually assaulting a woman. It's not an opinion that Donald Trump bragged about overturning Roe v. Wade. These are not opinions. These are facts. Hi, welcome up. Mike got a pug. Why you get so mad? I'm just talking. If you want me to talk lower, then why are you tone policing, you fragile snowflake? Okay, I'm just explaining to you that your worldview is dog shit. You can't accept facts, or you're a bad person, or both. Okay. Yeah, you think I'm mad? You haven't seen me mad. I taught fact versus opinions to my 5th graders. Are we missing some sounds? I don't think so. All right, going to the next guest.
You talk about extreme.
Hi, welcome up. Thank you, Bonds. What's up, Malik?
Oh shoot, my bad. Then I completely forgot I requested.
You're good.
But I wanted to talk about that one guest because I wasn't sure if you or chat caught some of the things that he had said, but that one guest that had you had reduced him down to admitting that he would vote for Mustache Man. Did you catch when he said that half of the country was told to stand back and stand by awaiting orders?
I did catch that.
Like they're fully dropping the closer we get to inauguration day, like it's getting really, really hard to disprove the bad person part of that prompt because
These aren't
that
dog whistles
vitriol,
anymore. They're bullhorns.
yeah, blaring horns. They're the nuclear silo horns at this point, and that's not hyperbole.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure that everybody in the chat caught that. So, to that other guest that came up after who had their partner that was leaning conservative, it's not a matter of like you can pick and choose at this point. If someone says they're a Trump supporter, just keep your distance at this point. One of my coworkers had told me a while back probably right after the election to he had told me, and he's also black as well. He had suggested that I take inauguration day off because he saw the signs of like just how many people who were fake oppressed because of the Biden presidency and like the Americans that were in full blown denial of the fact that Biden actually won the election. Like even the conservatives who were bragging about Trump winning now still can't speak to the fact that Trump lost in 2020.
Yeah, 100%.
But that's all I had to come up and say. Really gonna miss having you on TikTok. This platform is amazing. All the people in the community are amazing. But we still have Discord. We still have. It's not like you're going anywhere. The platform is. So as long as there's somewhere we could tune in to watch you, I'm not too worried about the thing. It sucks that our government is blatantly abusing us. Like it's a full-on abusive relationship we're in with our government, where someone who doesn't know how a device connects to the internet could decide, yeah, I'm gonna make myself rich by buying a bunch of meta stock and single-handedly stopping my stock investment's biggest competitor.
Mm-hmm.
To me, that's a case that needs to be brought up against that senator from Arkansas. But you know, who am I?
Yeah,
I'm
I
not
mean,
leading. I'm not the leader of the free world. A felonist.
soon, yeah.
A felon is more qualified.
Actually insane. Actually insane. But yeah, as a
Yeah,
reminder, we really, really should make it so that lawmakers, particularly in the Congress, cannot trade stock. It's actually insane that we allow that right now.
money in politics in the first place is an insane notion. Citizens United shouldn't be a thing, and the fact that we saw the richest man in the world get even richer after he literally did, like, I don't know.
Yeah,
A
it's
lot of the stuff was head scratchers during the election, like purging of Democratic voter rolls, Elon Musk literally offering money for people who voted for Trump. Like,
that was insane.
I,
I will just quickly correct.
there,
It wasn't purging of Democratic voter rolls in particular. It was purging of voter rolls that favor Democrats.
yeah,
So
and yeah, that distinction is necessary, but
yeah.
it feels like to what end?
Mm-hmm. But yeah,
Like,
appreciate you for coming up. I agree with your
yeah,
frustrations.
sorry for going on a little rant,
No,
but
you're fine. You're
yeah,
fine.
it's a frustrating situation. But people like you and just building community,
Thank you
it
for that.
doesn't matter as long as we find community and find places to speak and seek each other out. Then everything else is just noise.
100%. And I don't know where I'd be right now without the community that we built. Um, if if I had to raw dog watch the last election without the community, I don't know how I'd be feeling right now.
And the pain that you, because I was there like right after the election with you, and the pain that you were feeling, I told you then, and I'm gonna say it again. You changed. I probably would have fallen into the camp of the Jill Stein voter or a non-voter had it not been for your lives. Like the conservatives who only know misery, who have one example of what it is to be happy every few years when their candidate gets elected. They thrive in misery. They thrive in other people being brought down with them. So the second that you give into that, the second that you take the bait, essentially, that's when they win. And when you're not a genuinely miserable person, when you know how to build connections with people, when you know how to interact with people at a very human level, that's never going to be a problem for you. They're always going to find themselves miserable while we can find ourselves to make the best of whatever shitty situation we're in. We always strive to look for how things can get better as opposed to accepting the trash as it is right now.
Thank you so much, Malik. I love you.
No problem. Have a good night, everyone.
You too. Who believes this creator speaker's paid? Bro, you think I'm paying Malik to come up and say what we're all thinking? That's so wild. Trump supporters can't fathom that there's people out there that don't like their Messiah. And not even just for him as a person, for the things he plans on doing as a country.
Hey,
Hi.
so I had an idea. I am noticing that while people are going in there, we have like I think about 25-ish on oh my gosh, on Linktree on Twitch, and we have currently 38 over on YouTube. I would love to see if I want to see who is more interested in YouTube and who is more interested in Twitch. So if you already have a Twitch account, head over to Twitch and say hi over in the chat on Twitch. And if you are more of a YouTube person, head over to Dan's YouTube account and go say hello in the YouTube channel. I want to see whether we end up with more people in YouTube or more people in Twitch. Like we can just test it for like a minute, but I'm curious where people are hanging out more. Because if we only have like 30 people in one and 25 in another, that's not going to help us come next week. There we go. Now I'm seeing some people talking. I just want to make sure that everybody's found your accounts. So I figured maybe we could do like a really quick contest here and just kind of see. Oh my goodness. There we go. That's better.
Gina, if you could do me a favor and message Mem. Gina said she can't comment on YouTube or Twitch. Probably just a technical issue.
Yeah, I can answer that as far as YouTube goes. You have to have a YouTube channel, which is literally just telling YouTube, like, yes, I sure you can say that I have a channel. You don't have to make any videos. You don't have to do anything like that. You just have to say like, yes, I will make a channel, and then you'll be able to comment in the chat, and you can send little hearts, and there's some fun little emojis in there. And then I know in Twitch they also have some fun emojis, and I believe David should be able to help set up some fun stuff over there because he knows more about all of that than I do. I feel extremely old over in Twitch. But yeah, so I just want to make sure that everybody is following, since we still have 843 people in the TikTok, which is amazing and wonderful as always. Unfortunately, we do have to make sure that we are branching out. Love you guys all so very, very much. And I know Dan does too. Like he was just saying, this community it's amazing. And we don't want to lose you guys. We want to make sure that we get to continue moving through this next chapter together. It's going to be a bumpy road, but if we hang on to each other, we will get through it. So please, please, please go and chat in the other channels. I see people talking. It's awesome. I'm loving all of the little hearts that are being sent and emojis. It's wonderful. Yes, please make sure that you go and hang out in the other ones as well. We've only gone down like 15-ish people here on TikTok. So that either means that there are more people moving over there,
Well,
or
listen, I don't blame them for wanting to be on TikTok these next 2 days. I don't blame them
I
at all.
know. I don't either. That's what I'm saying. Just like go over, pop in, and then head back. But like make sure that you're there. And on YouTube, if you can go ahead and give the little thumbs up to the live, that will tell us that yes, people have checked in on the live. Just that little regular YouTube video thumbs up icon would be awesome. We now have 98 people over on YouTube. Yay! Thank you, friends. I appreciate it. I'm sorry for being annoying, but unfortunately it's necessary. So bear with me. Yeah, that was all I had to say. I'm just being the annoying big sister that's making sure that everybody's hanging out in the places we need them to be. Okay, that's it. Oh, and if you decide you do want to go over like the abortion bills and stuff, just let me know.
All right. Thank you so much.
Okay, bye.
Bye. All right, going to the next guest.
Hi, how you doing?
Doing well. How are you?
Yeah, I'm good. So, first of all, I'd like to say that people often have different opinions. My opinion might be different to yours on many things. I'm from England, so you're probably thinking, what the hell is this guy doing on the chat? And I wouldn't blame you. But I'm kind of curious. So, over in England, we have some serious problems with our government. And we're looking to America and we're looking at various things that are happening over there. And one thing I'd really like to hammer home is that irrespective of your views or my views, or and many of our views may actually align, if Trump saves TikTok and gives you freedom of speech on Monday, are you still gonna dislike him? And do you see my point? It's not, I'm not hating you, I'm not arguing with you. I'm just saying that Biden hasn't done that. I mean, Biden hasn't really been a president for 4 years in the views of the British people. In fact, he's been not there for a long time. And I'm not being disrespectful, but he's quite senile. So as another country, we're looking and thinking America doesn't really have somebody steering the helm. So whoever is leading America has decided to ban TikTok, which is detrimental to your income. It's detrimental if it became a global ban, because what happens in America often happens in the rest of the world. So basically, Biden has allowed TikTok to just, in my view, to be banned. The Supreme Court in the US seems to be sitting on the fence.
They're
if
not sitting
Trump
on the fence.
saves
They already
TikTok,
unanimously agreed to uphold the ban. This is a
well,
bipartisan.
they did, but very weakly. They didn't make a strong stand against it. So, but irrespective of that, if Trump issues an executive order on Monday to save TikTok, he is allowing you to continue your platform for free speech, isn't he?
It wouldn't save TikTok. All he can do is delay the ban by 60 to 90 days. And he'd only be able to do that if ByteDance agrees to some kind of divestiture at some
Under
point
the
in the
current
future.
guidelines, but who's to say he won't just change them?
Sure.
But my
I mean,
point
listen,
is,
if he goes renegade and saves TikTok, yes, that is great. That doesn't change everything else about him. You're saying that he
but is
allowed
that
me.
not good for?
You're saying
Yeah,
he. Yes,
maybe
that would be
not.
one. Yes, that would be one good thing. You're saying that he's allowing me my freedom of speech, but he tried to get rid of my freedom to vote when he tried to invalidate my vote in 2020. 81 million people voted for Joe Biden, and he didn't care. He wanted his vice president to make him president.
Look, my friend, I'm not going to go into 2020 because the rest of the world and most of England probably has a different view to you on that. Most of the world probably has a very different view to who should have won compared to you. I think in America, you have a
most of the world
microcosm
actually wanted Biden to win, and I can prove that to you with Pew Research. I know you live in some kind of rural area in England, and you have a bunch of red supporters there, but
friend,
most of the world.
I'm not going to get into heated debate with you. I'm not, because that's not the point of me joining this call. I know certainly what most of England thought about 2020.
You do,
and it's not what it's. We all thought. I'll say it blunt. No, I'm not even going to go there. That's not.
All right, yeah, get him the hell out of here.
We know. We all know that Trump won.
Oh, okay, yeah, you're actually out of your mind. You're actually out of your mind.
No, don't say that.
We all know that Trump won is insane.
That's not.
Okay.
That's not why I joined this chat. Please, please be respectful.
No.
What I'm asking you is.
No, I mean, you're actually spreading fake news. I can't.
Well, that's fine, and we can agree to disagree.
No, we cannot agree to disagree on the fact that Joe Biden won the election.
This platform on Monday unless Trump saves it, will you?
Okay, and so really quick,
what's Biden
right in front of you? Really quick, right in front of you. This is the opinions that the rest of the world has of Trump and Biden. Pretty much every country except for Hungary prefer.
Can you zoom in on the UK, please?
Yes, I can.
Yes,
I'd
be fascinated.
40% approval of Biden, 30% approval of Trump.
Sorry, according to whom?
This is Pew Research. Data, statistics. I know you don't believe in those things. You just go by vibes. But the fact of the matter is, you saying that you didn't even your statement was so insane. You didn't even just say that the majority of your country prefers Trump. You said that the majority thinks Trump won, knows Trump won. Yeah, you're unhinged. You're a chaos agent. You don't know anything about our politics, and I'm gonna go.
Look, I don't mean to be disrespectful or.
You're disrespecting our country when you're trying to tell me that I should be grateful to a man who tried to invalidate my vote in 2020 because you think that he won the election. He doesn't even go here.
I'm so sick of these people. You know.
Thank you, Not on Earth One. Wow, you are so childish. Bro, I'm childish for not wanting him to spread fake news on my platform? Donald Trump lost the 2020 election. Joe Biden beat the brakes off him. Donald Trump lost by 7 million votes. And if you don't believe that, then you're living in a delusion. It's been proven time and time again. And we cannot move forward as a country when we can't even agree on reality. There was a time in this country where Democrats and Republicans agreed on the problems but disagreed on the solutions. Thank you, Vance, for the hand heart. That was a time when people could have disagreements on politics and it'd be kind of okay. But now we can't even agree on reality. And we'll never be able to move forward until we can agree on reality. The fact that we have an attorney general nominee who is unwilling to answer the question of who won the 2020 election is horrifying. And if you think Donald Trump won the 2020 election, then you are holding this country back. Your brain is not capable of critical thought. Your brain cannot analyze information that goes against your worldview. And that is not good for a first world country. He cut me off because he didn't like honesty. Grow up, bro. You weren't being honest. You were being hyperbolic. You were being judgmental, and you're not even an American. I want people that voted for Trump to come up. Go eat your beans on toast and leave us alone.
Talk about extreme.
Get your mushy peas and your bad dental coverage. Go to the next guest. Thank you, Floyd. Hi, welcome up. Oh, that's a good comment on YouTube. Nigel Farage isn't going to pick you. Yeah, for real. Hello, guest? Tom?
Tom, yeah, I'm here.
What's going on?
Not much. Got the night off work.
Oh, well, that's good.
Yeah, I'm cooking for my dog. I spend more on my fucking dog than I do on myself at the grocery store. It's unreal.
I mean, I get that. I got cats and they're very bougie.
Yeah.
So did you vote for Donald Trump?
I did actually. I've never voted Republican, but I did this year.
Who did you vote for in 2020?
Biden.
Okay. What made you decide to vote for him this year?
I voted for Biden. I just couldn't stand Kamala. I just couldn't stand her.
You voted for Hillary in 2016?
Yeah. Yeah.
What about Kamala? Couldn't you not understand? You not stand?
Just her. Just I couldn't stand to listen to even just to listen to her talk. I couldn't stand it. I couldn't. She couldn't finish a sentence, and I always hated Donald Trump. I really did. I swear to that. And I don't know why I voted for him this year, but I did.
Yeah, kind of sounds like a weird. Even if it were true that she couldn't finish a sentence or she had a.
Well, no, you just listen to her. I mean, she just got up there and just like if her teleprompter failed, she started cackling. It's like
That's never happened, not once. I don't know where.
No way! Get the hell out
If
of
her
here!
teleprompter failed, she started cackling.
Yeah, she would say the same thing over and over.
Same thing over and
You're
over.
saying that never happened?
Wait, the same thing over and over?
In this country, you have
Yeah.
the numbers that I'm issue.
I got a clip for you.
Specific piece
No, I'm not
will you
talking.
advance?
I got a
would
clip
do
for you. Hang
that,
on.
and we're sitting down. You know, I was somebody. We had Senator Marco Rubio, and my daughter Ivanka was so impactful on that issue. It's a very important issue, but I think when you talk about the kind of numbers that I'm talking about, that because look, child care is child care. There's something you have to have it in this country. You have to have it.
I'm talking about when she was up
Real
there and
coherent.
she was like 36 more days, 52 more days, 52 more days. And that her teleprompter failed and she kept saying 52 more days. It's like, for what? What are you fucking...
Let me ask you a question. Let's say I believe you.
What?
She said 52 more days a couple times.
Or
That was
whatever
enough
it
to
was.
vote against human rights and
Whatever
vote
it
for a
was.
worse
I don't
economic policy?
remember exactly what it was. All right.
I'll give it to you. Her teleprompter failed, and she said 52 days several times. I'll just believe it. I won't even fact check it. I believe you. That was enough to vote against human rights, vote against the financial security of this country?
Come on, man.
What?
I'm asking you. Was that enough to vote against your own best interest?
She had definitely not my interest at hand.
Based on what?
That's for fucking sure. She was just a fucking idiot.
Did you read her policy?
No, I didn't. I don't have to.
Okay, let me ask you a question. You voted for Hillary in 2016, right?
Yeah, I did.
Yeah, can you name one policy that Hillary Clinton had?
No. I was a concrete worker. I didn't care. I always heard Democrats for the working man. I'm a working man, and that's why I voted for her.
Interesting.
I'm not a college educated person. I don't get into all that bullshit.
Okay. So
now I work in a foundry, so
you're saying
I'm not,
that You didn't
really
vote for her
into
because
all
you
that.
thought she was an idiot, right? Did it bother you that Donald Trump thought he can nuke a hurricane? Did it bother you that Donald Trump thought you can inject disinfectant to get rid of COVID? Did it bother
Oh
you that
yeah,
Donald Trump
oh
thought,
yeah, it definitely did. It
yeah,
definitely did.
and you didn't think he was an idiot?
Yeah, I did actually, but
Okay, so
I
you had two
actually,
idiots in front of you, but one of them is going to make your life worse, and you voted for that one. Why?
like Kennedy more than any of them.
All right, well that's great, but Kennedy wasn't candidate, so
Well, he's going to be on his team.
he would have been on Kamala's team too if she accepted
No, he
his.
wouldn't have.
Did you know that Kennedy approached her campaign first and tried to trade his endorsement for a cabinet position?
I'm sure he did.
Yeah. So you. Thank you, Carmine. So you'd rather vote for the person who was the highest
Oh, so
bidder.
you're calling me poorly educated because I'm a working class man.
No, that wasn't me. That was
Whatever.
Carmine. But yeah, I mean, you are poorly educated based on what you're talking about. You said you didn't vote for Kamala because she cackled.
Yeah, because I didn't go to college. So I didn't go to college. I'm a working class man. I
That's not
work
the reason
for.
you're poorly educated. You're poorly educated because the reason that you voted for a fascist. The reason is that you didn't
He's
like
not a
Kamala.
fascist at all.
Okay, do you know what a fascist is?
Kamala was a fucking idiot. I mean, I only had to listen to her for 5 fucking minutes to realize I wasn't voting for her.
Yeah, no, I get that. That is an uneducated opinion because
Yeah,
her
whatever.
policies were better for you. The fact that if you listen to Trump for 5 minutes, I can't fathom you voting for him. He was bragging about Arnold Palmer's penis size. I don't know how you could vote for Trump based on the opinion that Kamala was an idiot.
She wasn't. She is an idiot. She's a fucking idiot.
Even if that's the case, which, by the way, I hard don't agree. Even if that's the case, Donald Trump is a bigger idiot based on your qualifications.
They both. Oh, they're both horrible.
Okay, they're both horrible. Why did you vote for Trump?
Because I just couldn't stand listening to her. I could not stand listening to her.
But you want to listen
She
to the
was just
childcare is
horrible.
childcare guy?
The what?
The guy, childcare is childcare. Father Galug, thank you so much for the meteor shower. Thank you so much, Father Galug. Childcare is childcare. The guy who went on a 4-minute rant about when they asked him how you're going to bring automobile jobs back into the country. He talked about how he was man of the year 20 years ago and went on a 4-minute rant and then said, so the way we bring it back is by voting for Trump. The guy who, like I said, wanted to nuke a hurricane. Like the moment you listen to anything, windmills are driving the whales crazy. Obviously, hold on, I'll play that one for you. Has Kamala said anything as dumb as this?
Windmills are driving the whales crazy, obviously.
The fuck are windmills driving the whales crazy? Wait, did the guests leave? When did the guests leave? I don't even realize how long he was gone.
Why are you running?
Thank you, Brittany. He ran a minute ago. Damn. Oh, did I get Emmanuel? I just. Oh my god. Shauna the Blurred, are you still in chat? Shauna the Blurred, are you still in chat? Okay, cool. Because I missed a couple Venmos. 1 second. Okay, Emmanuel, thank you so much for the $5. Let me have a crack at this guest. Oh damn, I wish I saw this earlier. But he ran, I think, before this arrived anyway. Maybe. I'm not sure. Dan, do you have PayPal? Yes, it's in my bio. Shauna, Shauna, thank you for the $40. The Daniverse not only adores and appreciates you, but we are also here to stay. Shauna the Blurred. Thank you so much, Shauna. W Shauna. I really appreciate that. Wait, did we get rated? We just got 200 guests out of nowhere. I mean, 200 viewers out of nowhere. All right, well, I'm not going to complain. We're going to go to the next guest. Make sure you're following on whatever platform you want to go to after TikTok stops being TikTok. FYP picked you up. Oh, maybe. All right, here we go. Next guest. Next guest. Hi, welcome up.
Hello. Hello?
How you doing?
Oh, that's so weird. Sorry, I'm not a Trump fan. I requested up 2 guys ago.
Oh.
The guy from the UK, he had said something that was, people keep coming up with this sort of premise that if Trump does one thing that's good, i.e. save TikTok, that should completely change our viewpoint towards him, which I just think is kind of a disingenuous point, that if one positive thing ever happens, then that erases all the negative. I think that's why I had requested up, because he was a idiot. So that was all.
Appreciate you for coming up.
How do I go down?
I got you. Have a good night. Okay, someone there was someone that said they're Democratic, but they want to know how my platform helps to recruit for the Democrats. So this caption right here, I only started doing this last week because TikTok's getting banned, and a lot of us are first of all want to enjoy our last week, and second of all, we're frustrated, man. We got to call these guys out. We'll have a softer caption next week, one that doesn't hurt their fifis as much. But the reality is, at some point, they need to be called out for their bullshit. Go to the next guest. It's going off Sunday. TikTok just put out a statement. Yeah. So we're not gonna have TikTok for at least Sunday and Monday, and possibly forever, if Congress doesn't start congressing. What's your favorite TikTok replacement social platform? I don't know. I don't like any of them. Also, why do we have to coddle the right constantly? Because they're crybabies. They have victim mentality constantly. Go to the next guest.
Hey, how you doing?
I'm doing well. How are you?
I'm doing good. So the people that voted for Trump, you're saying are whatever, what does it say? Uninformed, bad people, both, whatever. Okay. So give me a couple reasons why we should have voted for Harris. Can you give me any?
Yeah. So
Okay.
number one, her economic platform was better for middle and lower class people. Number two, she would have worked to restore women's rights to make their own healthcare decisions. Number three, she didn't try to overthrow the country and would never do that. Number four, she wasn't a convicted felon. Number five, she wasn't found civilly liable for sexually assaulting a woman. What else you got? How many do you need?
Okay, as far as the sexual assault, I know Bill Clinton wasn't, convicted of sexually assault, but kind of had the same, not.
Kamala Harris isn't Bill Clinton, though. She's way better, right?
Right. I'm just saying, though, it's like presidents, they do have their problems in that area, okay?
Bill Clinton did not
And
win
so
any elections
when
after he after the situation.
yes,
with,
he did. They said they wanted him to stay in office. The people said they wanted
Who
him
is
to
they?
stay in office after that. The after he was impeached, he was not thrown out, or the Senate kept him in office.
Wait, do you think that was sexual assault?
Huh? Well, no, it wasn't sexual assault.
Right.
It was,
so Donald Trump was found civilly liable for sexually assaulting a woman, and you voted for him.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
So I gave you a bunch of
Because
reasons. You came in and you asked for reasons to not vote for Kamala Harris. Right now you're pivoting. So do you disagree with these reasons?
So I'm trying to give you some reasons why I did not want to vote for her. If you wanted me to. Okay. So when she said that she was going to give $50,000 to first time home buyers, do you really think that that was going to be good for the housing market?
Give me 1 second. 1 second. Devin, thank you so much for $200. I love you and all you do and your beautiful eyes. Thank you so much, Devin. W's in the chat for Devin. Oh my god. Let me know if the decimal point was off, and I'll send 180 back. That's really sweet of you. Thank you so much. So the 50,000, you're mixing up two separate policies. The 50,000 was tax credit for small businesses. It was 25,000 for first-time home buyers.
Oh, okay, 25,000. So anyway, so 25,000 for somebody that's never owned a home and all that before. Didn't we get in a big problem with the housing market before
Yes,
when
that's right. Subprime
banks were
mortgages.
giving everybody money?
So this 25,000 would just be down payment assistance. They still have to qualify for a mortgage. Nothing has changed. They still have to qualify for a mortgage. They still have to be able to make payments.
But if you don't have to save up and put no money down, and they give you the money to put down, I mean, is it a bigger risk for somebody that's never owned a home?
Are you asking if it's a bigger risk if
Yes.
someone with less
If you don't,
money owns a home than someone with more money?
no, with less money, that where they don't have to put no money down.
Why
and
do
they
you
can-
want why do you want poor people to stay poor? Don't you want more people to
I don't
experience the
want
American
more
dream?
people to stay poor. I just don't want the housing market to go where everybody's getting houses that are not going to be able to keep them.
Why would they not be able to keep them? They still have to. They still have to apply for a mortgage and qualify for a mortgage.
But that's kind of how the same thing started with the
that was different because they were accepting mortgages from people who could not pay them. These are totally different situations.
But when you got an incentive to get people in there because they got the 25,000 down, they're you're still going to have some shady lenders that's going to do whatever they can to make a house go through.
I'm sorry. Do you think a lender wants to lend out a loan that is not going to get paid back?
Well, that's all they're going to do is foreclose on the house. They're going to get there. They're not losing nothing. The house is not going nowhere.
Okay. Well, either way, there have been regulations passed since the 2008 housing crisis to prevent the things you're worried about. It just kind of sounds like you don't want the government to help anybody. You just want them to spend money on like tax cuts for billionaires and the military.
No, I mean, it's just that try to do some policies that that's not going to backfire on you.
Okay, so like blanket tariffs that will increase the price of all of our goods, like those policies.
He's put tariffs on there before, and what happened before?
Oh, what happened before? You and I, our taxpayer dollars had to go to subsidizing and bailing out soybean farmers who were getting decimated by retaliatory tariffs. We saw an increase in the cost to build homes because of the tariffs on lumber, and this was just a smaller tariff policy. His new tariff policy is blanket tariffs on everything, detrimental. And the fact that and by the way, it would have much more wide-reaching effects than a $25,000 down payment assistance. It just sounds like you're looking for reasons to hate Kamala.
No, I don't hate her. I thought she was put into a position that, at the last minute and did get a chance to run a campaign. That's what I feel about.
Sure, but she did get a chance to put out an 82-page economic and tax policy, whereas Donald Trump's was 14 pages and worse. You could have just looked at those policies and determined hers was better, but you believe some kind of right-wing talking point that the 25K is going to lead to people that can't afford homes owning homes and then not being able to pay their mortgage. The reality is rent in this country is very expensive. So there's a lot of people out there that can make a mortgage payment, possibly even a mortgage payment larger than their rent, or that would come out to be smaller than their rent, but they can't save up a down payment because of how high rent is. I want more Americans to experience the American dream rather than just taking all of our money and funneling it to the top 1%, which is what voting for Republicans, particularly Donald Trump, does.
I guess I guess we just got a difference of opinion.
I guess so.
All right, buddy. I'll see you later, man.
All right. You have a day. Kyle, thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo. Thank you for always bringing the facts and having an awesome attitude. I've gained a lot of knowledge from you. Thank you so much, Kyle. I'm glad you were able to learn something from the live. Um, and I appreciate you being in the community. Siobhan, thank you so much for the $50. Love you. Love your show. Your quick comebacks and facts are unmatched. Keep giving the Trumpedos hell. Thank you so much, Siobhan. I really appreciate that. Damn, y'all are gonna make me cut onions on the second to last night. Dang, I wanted to cook that guy. Oh, I'm sorry, JB. Is all this going towards the 48-hour fund? Oh wait, I saw a PayPal payment a second ago. That was for the 48-hour fund. Who was that? 1 second. Carmine, thank you so much for the $5. Dan, no matter what happens, we will be with you every step of the way. I want to thank you and all the wonderful mods for being a bastion of hope to our community. Thank you so much, Carmine. I really appreciate that. Did you eat dinner, Dan? No, I'm actually very hungry and I don't know what to eat. But we'll cross that bridge when we get there. Trumpedos or Trumpedos? Actually, neither, Captain Ziggy. It's ITOS. I had frozen pizza. Okay, hold on. Let me look at. Someone sent money for the 48-hour fund, and I don't know who it was. I don't know where it went. Maybe I dreamed it. All right, we're gonna go to the next guest. If you're not following, if you like this content and you're not following, make sure you're following on all the platforms. Obviously, it'd be amazing if you followed on TikTok and TikTok continues to be TikTok, but definitely make sure you're following on YouTube, Twitch, and everything else in my bio. Thank you, Tony. I appreciate that. Okay, we are gonna go to our next guest. Did I actually imagine it? I could have swore someone sent money for the 48-hour stream, but now maybe I just saw chat and my brain thought that it was for that. All right, we're going to the next guest. Here we go.
Hello?
Hi, welcome up.
Hi. The whales are not killing the whales.
I'm sorry?
Obama.
So why did you vote for Harris?
Why did I vote for Harris? Carmine, thank you for the hand heart. I went over it earlier, but I voted for Harris because her policy was better, her character was better, and she didn't try to overthrow the government.
True. No, I love you, Dan. I'm just trying to troll.
I love you too. I figured as much. You have a great night.
You too.
Thank you, Ashley. It's hard to act like MAGA. Yeah, it really is. Next guest, here we go.
Thanks
Get
for having me.
hello?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Yeah, I'm just going to make a blanket statement and see what you think about it. Trump is going to do more for the lower and middle class than any president, Democrat or Republican, in the last 100 years.
Okay. Well, the sentence structure was good. But based on what?
I love the poorly educated.
Thank you, Alexandra.
Based on his policy positions,
Okay. Which policy position is going to accomplish that?
using tariffs, and I believe eventually raising taxes on United States corporations.
He's lowering
The
taxes on
only policy
corporations.
he is right now, but you have to do that in order to um, mitigate the losses that businesses are going to have by creating tariffs.
No, he doesn't. Then
So
why did he
instead,
do it the first time? What in his first term? Why did he cut it from 35% to 21%?
well, what he did when he, yeah, I agree with you. I think that was part of the plan if he was going to win in 2020. He also lowered the middle class taxes as
Well,
well.
yeah. I mean, we got
So,
crumbs while 83% of the tax cuts went to the top 1%. If he could have been the greatest president of all time for the middle and lower class, all he had to do was the exact same tax cuts he did, except only for the middle and lower class. But he didn't.
I agree with you. I agree with you. Sorry. Go
Yeah.
ahead.
Instead, he chose to blow a hole in our budget that our children, our children's children, are going to be paying for, and he did it to benefit the wealthy, like himself and his friends.
Yeah, so every single president has done that who's lowered taxes. They've always lowered taxes. Well,
That's not true.
not true. Hang on. There's always been something in there for the upper 1%. I think the biggest problem we have right now is the gap between the CEO and the person cleaning the toilets,
I mean
right?
that is a problem, and
Yeah, it's like the biggest
voting
problem.
for Trump exacerbates that problem.
Well, the way my what I would like to see is if we were to go back far enough, we would see that there was no federal taxes on Americans, right? We had tariffs and corporations paid like 90% like taxes. I want to go back to that. No taxes on the United States citizens. I'd like to see a lot of welfare programs paid for by corporations and by tariffs.
This is like the
And
second or third person that's come up that's put forth an economic policy that is interesting and would maybe be nice, but it's not what Trump's proposing. So I don't know why you would vote for Trump then.
well, it's not what he's proposing, right? But what he's doing is moving towards that direction by putting a 10% blanket tariff on the world, right? Because we don't have the infrastructure right now to, manufacture everything that we're importing, right? So it can't be like a overnight put
We
up a
never
wall.
will.
Well, we did at one time, didn't we?
No.
No, we didn't.
No.
We weren't the most industrialized country in the world.
We were, but we didn't produce
Yeah, so
everything in
we
our
did
country.
at one time.
We
Right, we
didn't
did
produce
at one
everything in our
time.
country, and the country and the world has changed. We're in the year
That's a damn lie.
2025. Thank you so much, Coffee. We're in the year
Yeah,
2025. We're doing
right.
way more than we used to do.
So yeah, we're in 2025, and we didn't produce everything, but we produced way more. And when we started moving away from that, what happened was businesses started moving overseas, creating cheaper products over there, and then sending them back to us to purchase, right? So the profit margin for businesses started increasing, right? And that was a bad thing. Before that happened, we actually had a middle class that could go to college and work throughout the summer and pay for college for the rest of the year. They didn't have to take out a loan. Like what we have right now in America is disgraceful, with college debt and all that
Yeah,
other jazz,
yeah.
right?
But Donald
So
Trump is not going to make that problem go away. He's going to make it worse
how is he going to make it worse?
because just like with every other Republican, the income inequality, the wealth inequality increases with trickle down economics, which is what his plan is. Here, I will show you.
Yeah, I don't think it's trickle down economics.
Well, then why is it that his plan only helps the top 5%?
So when you start to when we transitioned away from the 90% corporate taxes and tariffs covering basically taxes here in America, that could be done overnight, right? Because it would just cause inflation. Everyone would get like a shot of I don't know, money. Everything would become cheaper. Everyone's doing well. But transitioning back is a much it's risky for one, and it's delicate because when you raise tariffs, yes, you will also raise prices. But we're already at the point now where the American population can't even afford to buy a house. We're scraping by.
Yeah.
We're
Kamala
cutting
Harris had
coupons.
4 separate policies to reduce the cost of housing in this country. Donald Trump had 0.
Right.
So
And
don't bring up
so,
all the problems that Kamala would have solved and say that Trump in his
well,
secret plan in 50 years is going to solve them.
let me ask you a question. How would Kamala Harris's policies fix those problems without creating another problem, as in raising the national debt?
Well, it sounds like you don't mind solutions to problems that cause other problems because you recognize that tariffs are going to raise costs for all of us, right? So I don't why does she have to have a miraculous plan that doesn't have any negative consequences, but Donald Trump can just do whatever the fuck he wants?
Well, because the tariffs are going to increase prices on imports, right? Not on United States manufactured products. It's
They will
specific.
increase the price on whatever we do import, whether or not that tariff leads to the increase in price from the importers or the importers producing the product here. No matter what, it's going to increase.
Mm, Depends. If you
It does
use
not
United
depend.
States steel, and if you use United States steel or United States gas, like we actually
Uh huh.
do, we actually pump our own oil.
Uh huh.
If you use United States, like literally everything
Uh huh. Finish your
from
sentence. I got it.
everything inside the United
Uh
States,
huh.
those manufactured products are not going to go up.
Why don't they?
But
Why
yes,
don't they do
if
that
they have
now?
to
Wait. Why don't they
import,
do that now? If it's cheaper
because
to do
it's
it here, why don't
cheaper
they do
to
that
do it
now?
for businesses to do it overseas, and
Exactly.
CEOs
Exactly.
will not take
Exactly.
a
Which
pay
means if they
cut.
stop doing it overseas, it goes up. How do you not get this?
It goes up overseas, but it doesn't go up over here.
No, wait. What do you not know what a tariff is?
Well, okay, I was talking specifically about anything that's manufactured within the United States using 100% United States materials, everything.
Yes.
So
Okay.
if you got a farmer that grows oranges, you're not going to buy Mexican oranges or Canadian oranges. You're not getting taxed on these Florida grown oranges or
Uh-huh.
avocados or grains or whatever.
Okay. Yes. Now, that product, whatever it is, that's using all American everything, right? Before
Yeah.
Trump's blanket tariffs, was that product being produced in the United States? All of it?
No, because the materials are cheaper overseas.
Right. So once he puts that tariff on, if the product is now produced all in the United States, it will be more expensive for us. How is that not connecting for you?
Yeah, I understand. I understand what you're saying, and I think that's the reason why lowering the idea is to bring down corporate um, profits are going to have to take a cut under this plan
Why
instead
not just
of them.
tax them more? Why cut their taxes? You know what this does? This idea that you're actually not the first guest tonight to talk about this, that we're going to
Mhm,
lower corporate taxes and raise
mhm,
tariffs. What this does is it puts the burden on regular people like you and me, rather than the burden on
mhm.
these massive corporations, right? Because
Right,
big corporations are the ones paying corporate taxes, whereas small
right.
businesses that sometimes need to import their materials to produce whatever they sell,
Mhm,
those small
mhm.
businesses are now going to face this punishment. Us consumers are going to
Right.
face the punishment. Why should we spread the pain when right now the corporations are paying for that? Why would we do that?
So yeah, well, you see, you think that if we raise corporate taxes, that's not going to increase prices on products as well, and that's also, I mean, I don't understand why you see a difference between the two.
But it's not even an argument. If Donald Trump just wanted to keep the taxes at what they were, that's fine. But no, every time he gets in office, he just cuts them.
Well, he only did it one time, the
And he's going to do it
jobs
again.
and the tax cuts and
He did
jobs.
it from 35% to 21%, which is a 40% cut. Insane, massive number. And he plans on doing it again. Coffee, thank you so much for the meteor shower. Thank you so much, Coffee.
The difference is the way he's going about it.
Thank you, Coffee.
And I also, like I said, we have to find, we can't tax the poor anymore or the middle class any more than we are, right?
Yep.
I mean,
Well,
we're
there is
basically,
one
this is
group we can
it.
tax more.
Yeah, you're right. Corporations, and I'm
Oh,
completely
no,
with
not
you.
just them. Also the top 1%.
Oh, and well, yeah, the top 1% as well, too. Yeah, absolutely. I'm with you on all of that. Warren Buffett's with you, and I'm pretty sure, I mean, after a certain point, some of these banks like BlackRock, heck, they can buy a country and they can literally build a navy, or they got enough money to buy, countries and wage a war against us. That's how much money they have. It's ridiculous how we got to this point. But the idea that I believe Trump has for us is that we are going to move away from that, and we're going to start putting more money
Into
in
the pockets
the
of
pockets
corporations.
of you and me.
No.
Yes, I believe
That's
that
trickle down
100%.
economics, and that has been
No,
disproven
no,
for
no,
40
no,
years.
no. I didn't say give it to the rich and then it trickles down to us. No, I'm saying by taking away our taxes, right? That gives money directly to us.
He's not, but he's not. It's just transferring. It's transferring. He's tricking you. He's giving us these tiny, tiny cuts, like he did the first time, but we're paying for it in the end.
I hope they now go and
So
take a look at the
he's saying that he's going to
Thank you, I'm a unicorn. Thank you, Carmine. Thank you guys so much.
he's going to remove taxes on tips and on overtime.
Yeah, when you factor this in, right? This is not just
Mm-hmm.
this one source. This is ITEP, but we also have the Wharton Business School. When you factor all of this in and compare both of their plans, Kamala Harris's plan
Mm-hmm.
benefits the middle and lower class, whereas Donald Trump's plan mostly benefits the top 1%. Once
What
you look at
was
his entire economic policy, these are the
Mhm.
changes we're going to be looking at. You don't make over $360,000 a year, so why are you voting for the people that do?
And how was Kamala Harris's plan going to put money directly in? Sorry, Kamala, Miss Harris. Is that Mrs. Harris? Is that
I
okay?
mean, you could just say
I'm
Harris,
probably
or you
gonna
could
mess.
say VP Harris.
Okay,
Just
Harris.
Harris's.
Harris, only because I'm probably gonna mess that up every time, and I don't want to get stuck on that.
You're good.
Mrs. Harris's plan, VP Harris. How was her plan going to put money directly into your pocket or the lower middle class's pocket?
Well, it depends on your situation, but you have tax credits like the child tax credit, $6,000 child tax credit. You have the what's it called? The down payment assistance for first time home buyers. There's a lot of Americans that would be benefited, right, by her policies. Small business people that
Mhm.
want to start a small business, people that
Mhm.
want to buy a home for the first time, people that need
Right.
health care. Her policies are also better for health care. A $2,000 cap for the whole year on prescriptions is amazing for people who have cancer medications and other very expensive medications. So
Yeah, I agree with that. I like that.
yeah, so when you factor all of this in, plus the fact that she doesn't plan on raising the prices on our goods, which right now is untenable. Everyone's talking about the price of eggs. She has a way to combat it with bans on price gouging. Donald Trump wants to raise prices more with his inflationary tariffs. So no matter how you look at it, and it's analyzed by not just me. I'm just a guy on TikTok, but by
Right.
the experts. We have 23 Nobel Prize winning economists endorse her plan over Donald Trump's. We have the Wharton Business School analyze both plans, and you're only benefited if you are in the top 5% of earners. You have ITEP if you make over $360,000 a year. At the end of the day, it's not necessary for you to vote against your best interest. You can just vote for in your own best interest.
Okay. Now, one thing that I'd like to point out, that I'm going to repeat this as many times as I have to, is that I think that we should be ashamed as Americans that we would depend on the government for a $25,000 down payment on a home. I think that we should be ashamed as Americans that we need to pull out loans to go to college. I think that we should be ashamed as Americans that we would wait for the end of the year to get a child tax credit. I think we should be ashamed that we don't have enough money, raising the.
Chat, stop being poor. You should be ashamed. Why did I kick? He got voted out. Um. All right, we're going to the next guest. I'm starting to get hungry, guys. Diego, thank you for the $1. Can you let this guest know that there is more food out there in the world and he doesn't have to keep tasting boot? Phil, thank you for the $5. They're just trying to find their own theoretical solutions to make what they see Trump trying to implement actually help when they. Okay, I'm a little confused by the way you worded this, but I get what you're trying to say. They just can't compute that they are lying to themselves. Yeah. Guest not connecting. We're gonna go to the next guest. Ryan, thank you so much for $10 on Venmo. Shouldn't we be hoping TikTok is bought by a U.S. company instead of overturning the ban, given ByteDance has been influenced by the PRC? No, because if TikTok is purchased by an American company, the algorithm would not go with it. TikTok would not be the same. Also, there's no evidence that TikTok has been influenced by the Chinese Communist Party.
Obama.
Thank you, Coffee, for the hand heart. Go to our next guest.
Hello.
Hi, welcome up.
Hey, I actually requested to join when that guy was up talking about the housing thing because I just wanted to say that I literally pay like $1,600 a month for my apartment, and that's way more than a lot of people I know's mortgages, and I just can't save because I spend like $2,000 a month in bills, and that's literally my paycheck for working full time at like $16 an hour. And
And there's so
like,
many people
it's
like you
ridiculous.
in that position.
And I'm young, and like it's projected that most of my generation's not even going to be able to own a house the way that we're going. So Kamala being in office absolutely would have made a huge difference to the younger generation, and it's absolutely disgusting to say that she wouldn't have. But I just wanted to say I found you on Parker's stream the one day, and now you're part of my daily routine. So appreciate you.
I appreciate that so much. Thank you.
Have a good night.
You as well. Thank you, Mine, for the hat and mustache. Also, I love the hat and mustache has to be the best gift right now because it goes on me and Trump. Thank you, Period, for the hand art. Appreciate that. And thank you, Devin. Thank you so much for $5 for the dinner fund. Love you. Love you too. Thank you.
Come on, man. Come on, man.
Thank you, Davis, for the hat and mustache.
Come on, man.
Thank you, Lily, for the hat and mustache. I feel so bad for YouTube and Twitch. They can't see it. So it's not so much that I mean, I do appreciate the $5 for the dinner fund, but I don't know what to eat. We got to figure out what I should eat. Our rent is dead ass 2,500 for 1 bedroom, 1 bath. That's wild. In-N-Out. We don't have In-N-Out in Florida. Eat the rich. True. Indian. Oof. Indian food does sound good. It's getting late though. 9:21. Let me see what's open. All right, we're going to the next guest. I'll multitask. Thank you, mine. Kava. We just had kava like 2 days ago. 3 days ago. I don't remember how many days ago. Publix deli is closed. Dan, get a HelloFresh subscription and have a YouTube cooking
Hello?
session. Hi, welcome up.
Hello, I just have a question. I don't think that maybe you know how much of your audience is American. I'm assuming it's predominantly American, yes?
A good amount, yeah.
Yeah, but I feel like when you guys are talking about your politics and stuff, it's like rather I don't know what the word would be in English, but like boxed in between, Republican and Democrat. Your prompt is you voted for Trump, and the only alternative to that would be Kamala. Like
No.
much like Destiny.
No, the alternative
It's
would
not.
be Kamala.
Yeah, exactly. But Kamala, but it's like it's typical for American politics to be like polarized between either Democrat or Republican. Don't you feel like because when Obama was president and when every other Democrat president has been in office, you still have institutions like or proxy institutions, I guess, of like the prison industrial complex or the medical insurance,
Sure. Yeah.
industries and like things that are like ultimately depriving your entire country from like true democracy. I don't know if you're aware, but America is not technically defined as a full democracy. It's a flawed democracy.
Well, no, it's a representative democracy. Either way, we're not a pure democracy. But
Yeah, I know that you're a representative
yeah,
democracy, but
I'm a little lost here. So
yeah,
this was a
but
binary decision between Kamala Harris and Donald Trump. But if someone voted for George W. Bush or John McCain or Mitt Romney, even they might be a bad person. They might be uninformed, but they could also fall into a different category because those weren't like total garbage people.
yeah, I know, but what I'm saying is that they may not be garbage people, but they are still influenced by like companies and such, like the
Yeah.
Democrat
Yeah,
representatives
no,
in the
I don't like
Congress
having
still
this
get paid by
discussion.
lobbyists.
I don't like having the discussion where it's like, okay, we have a lot of major problems, so let's not bother
No, no, no.
preventing
I'm
them from
not
getting
saying that
worse.
I'm for your side. If I was to live in America, I would still vote for Kamala, of course. Like, I'm not stupid.
Kamala.
But what I'm saying is that if you, I don't want to sound like European elitist, but almost every country in Europe has at least, 8 parties. And one of them is supposedly like, a socialist-esque party. We all have healthcare. Like, don't people as Americans feel a certain type of, you know, how
Yeah. So
like
in the year
a
2016,
responsibility to like really change
in the
stuff.
year 2016, healthcare was a major issue in our
Yeah.
election. And because Donald Trump won and pushed the Overton window so far to the right, we can't even be talking about healthcare reforms because we just need to stop a fascist takeover from happening. That's the number one priority. We can't talk about universal healthcare if we lose our country. So
Yeah.
yes, I am appalled by our healthcare system. There's a lot of other systems like the prison industrial complex and everything else that I'm appalled by. But first things first, there's a guy who's trying to make all of it worse.
Yeah, but do you think that there may be a possibility if Trump, he's like almost 80 years old, like probably he will die within the next 10 or 15 years. So I understand your like worry as a, you seem like normal smart guy in America. But say he dies, do you think anybody will replace, the populist fascist-esque character that he represents in today's America?
Whether or
Or
not
do you think
someone
that it's
Here's the
stuck
problem.
to just him?
Here's the
Yeah.
problem. I don't know if someone can replace him exactly.
Because he's
However,
kind of cult-esque,
Trumpism
Yeah.
is not going away. The distrust of reality is not going away. And Trump can do enough damage in this term to where we don't need another Trump.
So, yeah, because I feel too, if I was American, I would probably be not completely, but a bit worried about, after 4 years in
We are
2028
very
or
worried.
whatever it will be.
We are very worried.
Yeah, it's the Biden statement and everything, but well, then by proxy, if you are worried, don't you think that there should be reason to support? Because I'm guessing if you were to live in my country, you would probably vote more socialist, or we have social democracies where I live. But free healthcare, and this stuff you would vote for. I feel a bit like those things. It feels like Americans think that a democracy is something you have, but it's not. You maintain a democracy. If our dental care went up to, we have to pay now $200 a year. There are literal protests in my country because we think this is number one bullshit. But it feels like Americans, you guys respected people who are pretty obviously like dumb and like harmful. It feels like you guys don't, you're not violent in the street. You guys, I would not accept this. If my aunt die because she can't afford medical bills, I would not go and complain on the internet. I would go out and protest. Everybody would. You guys need to kind of like find this solidarity, in a certain way. I don't think that just discourse is maybe as productive as you guys think it is. Like it
I
feels
mean,
like
we
everybody
we had like
respect
an
the
entire
First
summer of
Amendment.
protests in regards to police brutality against the African American community. The
Yes,
amount of
but how much
protests
of
regarding
this?
Trump's presidency, I don't know if you know this, but more people were protesting in 2017 than actually attending the inauguration. If you want us to be more violent, I mean, I don't know what to tell you.
Yes,
Our country is
this
a
is
lot more
I think number one thing.
militarized, and it can be scary, and it's also.
I'm so sick of these
Thank you, man,
people.
for the
You
dinosaur.
know,
And it's also a lot to ask. We're just trying to live our lives.
Yes, but I think that Americans, as you kind of are the hegemony. Like there's a reason why I speak English and you don't speak the language I speak. You kind of control the
What
entire
country are you
Western
from?
Hemisphere. Sweden. My parents, my mom is Russia, but I'm born and raised in Sweden. And we have pretty good system. We have different problems than you guys have, but I feel that we speak English. I know about the NFL. I know about the I know about like every Hollywood movie. I know. You know
Yeah,
what I
we're
mean?
we're
We
awesome.
are.
I get that. I don't know what the point
Yeah,
of that
you're
is.
the shit. America is the shit.
Yeah.
But it feels like it's so sad because now for a bit, like this is just like me as a European, but I feel like Trump, the way he's talking about Greenland. Greenland is to Denmark, and Denmark and Sweden, we are very good friends. But like it feels like kind of the same with Ukraine. That Putin says that, oh well, we have claim to this territory, and oh, the people of eastern Ukraine, they want to belong to Russia. Same thing now we're seeing with Trump. They're saying, oh, the people of Greenland, they want to be part of the United States. They're tired of fucking Denmark claiming to them. I think this is big disappointment. I think this is I
Okay. Before we go to the next guest, the options are. Oh, I can't even look at the options right now because a lot of stuff's closing in 1 minute. Okay, I have to look at the options in like 2 minutes. Um, Fernando, thank you for the $8. Reminder to be ashamed for your poverty. Anyways, enjoy your meal. Thank you so much, Fernando. Okay. Mim, thank you again for the dinosaur. Thank you everybody for the heart me's, by the way. We're gonna go to the next guest. Before we do, can we just get some W's in the chat for the TikTok mods? A lot of them are going to be moving over to Twitch and YouTube, and they're awesome. But they have been fighting the good fight for the past 110 nights, or however many nights we've been doing this. All right, go to the next guest. Love you guys. Are you going on red note? I mean, I have a red note. I don't know what I'm gonna be doing with it. We'll see. Hi, welcome up, Sharon.
Hello?
Hello.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
I have a question. So, it's not in politics like that. I'm sorry if you're going to kick me if it's not. But it is, but not. My question is, since this all happened, should we all go to the Chinese app or is it a bad thing? Because I'm hearing like, they don't go over here, don't do that. Is it a bad thing?
I don't know. I one of my mods told me to download it, and so I downloaded it. I
I
don't
did too.
I
I
don't
have
know.
a whole little subscription over there now. But like, is it a bad thing? 'Cause I feel like it's like similar to this, right?
It is very similar to TikTok, but I don't know enough about like the data they collect or whatever. I don't know any about that, and I don't like talking about stuff I don't know about. So
So we just rolling dice at this point.
yeah, I mean, I guess.
Okay. That's what my only question was.
All right.
Thank you, Dan.
Thank you so much. Wait, the people that are saying you can't discuss politics over there, is that true? Wait, who's this loser? Oh, Tom C. Oh my God, I didn't block Tom C. Oh Lord, Tom C. You should probably get those knuckles looked at because you might get an infection from all the dragging. Go to the next guest. You can't talk good about Trump or they ban you. Well, that's kind of wild. Can't discuss Chinese politics. Perfect. I wasn't planning on it. While that guest is connecting or attempting to connect, if you're here for the first time, thank you all so much for joining. I am curious. I'm super curious. If you're in the YouTube chat or you're in the Twitch chat and you didn't come from TikTok, I appeared in your life tonight. Like you were on Twitch and you're like, who's this guy? And you started watching. If you could just let me know, just type a one or something, or a hot or a me or something like that. But yeah, for everybody that's here, make sure you're following on everything. I love you guys, and tomorrow night's going to be a very interesting live. I don't know if we're doing debates. We might just we might just have a group cry session. I don't know. Let me see. Did you order dinner, Dan? No, we're checking what's available right now. Okay, so Kava is open. It's still open. I can order Kava, but we just had Kava 2 days ago. Then there's Chinese. There's Chipotle. Although I think I'm done with Chipotle, guys. I'm kind of over Chipotle. There is pizza. Um, Culver's, Chili's. Chinese seems more appropriate to eat tomorrow night. Okay, that's funny. Um, Hold on. I kind of want to eat something healthy. Shouldn't we eat something healthy, chat? So I'm looking at this place that has kebabs and wraps. Um, Thank you for the $1. You said don't read it, but I mean, I think that's rolling the dice. I'd rather just help. Sorry, I miss chat a lot. Hold on. A bag of vegetables. Panda Express closed. Gyro and fries. Poke bowl. Like I can get a chicken shawarma platter. Well, not okay. Actually, not only can I get a chicken shawarma platter, it's buy one get one free. I think we kind of have to. I'll take the free one. Chicken shawarma. Okay. All right. I'm gonna slowly order this, but I'm gonna go to the next guest so that you guys are entertained. Let me see here. You can't afford not to buy it. Yeah, literally, Neely. That's what I was thinking. Hi, welcome up.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
First of all, I just appreciate you letting me on as a guest. Thank you.
Oh, of course. Thank you for coming up.
And I did not vote for Trump, but I would just like to play devil's advocate just a little bit.
Normally, I don't allow it, but I'm ordering food, so let's hear it.
I appreciate it. I appreciate you. Okay, so if we voted for Trump, we're uninformed or a bad person. All right, that's the context of this little debate right now, right?
Yeah, or both.
All right. So say what defines a bad person? What defines uninformed for you? Because many people will view it differently.
So a bad person, I would say, is someone that is racist, misogynistic, xenophobic, wants pain for other people, undue pain. And for uninformed, just people that don't know about the policies that are proposed by both candidates, don't know about the effects of the policies, don't know um, about the reality. A lot of people just believe falsehoods. So that's what I would say.
So would we say being uninformed could be equated to misinformation? You know how they always say that Republicans be watching Fox News?
Yeah, you could be misinformed. That's true. Not just uninformed.
All right. So not to throw my grandma under the bus, but she is not xenophobic, anything like that. No racist tendencies, if you will. Maybe she did when she was younger, nothing like that. I wouldn't see her as a bad person, but I see her as a little bit uninformed. Now, do we see her as a bad person just because she voted for Trump?
No, I mean there's a big or in that caption.
Okay, I appreciate that. I'm
Guys,
trying to think.
baklava is also buy one get one free. I think I have to get it. We'll
I'm
do
trying
some.
to,
We'll do some pull-ups.
I'm trying to think a little bit here. I'm kind of slipping now. I was hoping we could expand upon that, but shit. Um, yeah, I ain't got nothing for you. I'm not gonna waste time or anything like that. I appreciate you, sir.
All right, thank you so much for coming up.
Yeah, take care.
Bye. Okay. So we got the chicken shawarma platters.
Genuinely, no.
Thank you, Ashlyn, for the confetti. The chicken shawarma platters. Matei, stop spamming, bro. And then the baklava. That's definitely enough food. A logical person can't think of a reason to defend voting for Trump. Yeah, true.
Genuinely,
Oh,
no.
but I have to. Okay. Let's see here. Thank you, Ashlyn, for the confetti. All right, let me go to the next guest in the meantime. I really should get this ordered soon, though. Thank you, 405 Loyal. Hi, welcome up.
Hello, I'm not a Trumper or anything like that, but I do have a few questions.
Okay.
That's okay. How serious do you think he is about the whole invading Canada thing?
I have no idea. I genuinely don't know how to answer that question.
Because does he realize that he has, if he touches Canada, the SAS will have a fucking field day?
Mm-hmm. Yep. I just it's
They have a very close
so
relationship
nonsense.
with the UK. Anyway, that's all I had. That's all I had. Sorry.
No, you're good. Thank you for coming up. All right, chat. I am just about ready to order, and then we can get back to full undivided Dan attention. Um, I'm leaving a tip. Okay, cool. Go to the next guest. Thank you for the people that sent money for the food. I really appreciate it. There we go. Hi, welcome up.
Hey, so my stepdad is a Trumper, and I want you to convince him that he is wrong.
Is he here?
Yes, he's here. He's right here. Here you
Perfect.
go. Turn it up.
All right, so where do you want to go with this?
All right. Well, I guess we'll just start with why did you vote for Trump?
Well, because after the last 4 years, I don't see any other possibility than to try and right this ship that's been sinking.
Okay. In what way is it sinking?
Well, which side do you want to go down? You want to go down economic first?
Sure.
Okay, so how do you take the economy in the last 4 years versus the 4 years prior?
Well, versus the 4 years prior, obviously the cost of living is a lot more. We had some record inflation a couple of years ago. It's a little bit better now, but other than that, the economy is doing very well. Wages are at an all-time high, unemployment's at a record low, and the stock market is at an all-time high. However, I agree that a lot of Americans are feeling the pressure of the inflation that we did experience. A lot of the prices have not come back down. Cost of living is still higher, but that's not because of anything that Joe Biden did, and the prices were not lower because of anything Donald Trump did. This was something caused by the after effects of the global pandemic. We know this because every country on earth is facing inflation, and in fact, the United States is actually doing the best out of every country coming out of COVID. So, if anything, we should be comparing our recovery to everyone else who experienced COVID, rather than our recovery compared to a period before COVID.
I have to agree with you on that. But what do you think is the ground laying that allowed that to happen? Do you think it was the fact that the way that we started reworking our economy in order to bring it back into a production economy versus a consumption economy? Do you think that had a big piece to do with it? That was laid out underneath Trump, underneath his first presidency, and was brought into even larger pieces of fruition underneath Biden. I'll concede that.
Um, I mean, I would say I agree with most of Trump's policies in regard to the pandemic, um, as well as Biden's policies in regard to the pandemic. As for everything else you just mentioned, no, I don't think so.
Yeah, it's just like debt. A lot of people want to say, well, debt, 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 debt. We can go ahead and look at debt as a separate issue altogether. We can figure out, you know, take the pandemic away from the debt
Mhm.
and the escalating in that humongous bloated thing that we did for that,
Mhm.
and it was a necessary evil. I
Mhm.
understand that. However, I do believe that a lot of the stuff that we spent afterwards has turned into a lot of waste and a lot of spending that wasn't done correctly, wasn't
Okay.
even put into initiative, which is kind of upsetting.
It didn't upset you that Donald Trump actually added more to the debt than Joe Biden?
Again, we got to talk about that global pandemic thing that you brought about
Yeah,
earlier.
no, we're ignoring the pandemic here. I don't know if you can see the chart on my screen.
Yeah, I know. So that's where you bring in that whole thing. Up until then, there was an actual
Yeah, so
reduction in spending,
if you
right?
could, no,
And
you're
then all of
you're
a
you're
sudden that
incorrect.
hit.
So if you take a look at the chart, the light red is pandemic spending. So we're gonna ignore that for both. We're gonna ignore that for both.
Okay.
The dark red is non-pandemic debt added, net 10-year debt approved, and Donald Trump added more to the debt. Even before COVID, he did not need to give a massive tax cut to the top 1% that blew a hole in our budget. He did not need to do that.
Okay, so that tax cut that you're talking about, actually, if you look at the numbers, it was a 523% increase in corporate taxes that were brought into the country versus where they were at. So I don't understand where everybody keeps coming in through this corporate tax
That's
thing, how everybody got these giant breaks.
wait. What are you
But there
talking
has
about?
been a okay, so if you look up the economic trends that go into that, right? Everybody was talking about, well, if you give all these cuts to all these corporations and everything else like that, you're going to have a massive bloodletting as far as taxes that are going to be coming into the economy. However, that has proved to be patently false. There was a 514% increase in corporate taxes over that period of time, which is also
514. You're
spread
saying we collected
514%.
5 times as much corporate taxes?
5 times as much off of an actual reduction versus holding
Can I
that.
see the
You
evidence of
can look
that?
it up. Let me see if I can find it.
Yeah, I'm gonna need.
Yeah, because you can go off of the DOL and you can go off of the tax sheets that go off of that. It was already shown all over the news and stuff like that today, and that was actually
No,
put on
perfect. If you could just provide the
MSNBC as
source
well.
that we collected 5 times the amount of corporate taxes, I would love to see
Five
it.
times the amount of corporate
Yeah,
taxes were
yeah,
brought
I need
in.
to see that.
Okay, I'll have to bring that up, but I don't have something to look it
Well,
up right now.
you can
in my
tab
hand.
out. You can use a phone. It's okay. We'll wait.
Yeah, I wish I knew how to do that. I'm one of those stupid people.
You can have your stepdaughter help you out with that.
I guess I wouldn't say I'm one of them stupid people.
Well, I mean, you did vote for Trump, so the shoe fits.
I know. Oh, wow. I suppose you're a Kamala supporter, I take it, right?
No,
No. So who would have you voted for?
I voted for Kamala.
Who did I say?
You said Kamala. I don't know who that is.
Yeah, you said her name wrong.
Oh my goodness gracious. Semantics, right?
Well,
Oh,
that's
I'm
not
sorry. Let me say
semantics.
Harris. Let me say Harris then. How about that?
That
Let me
works.
say
Yeah,
Harris.
that works. But yeah, so really would love to see the 540%.
Yeah, let me find this for you.
If it turns out that you're like dead wrong about this, would it
I would
make
have
you
to eat
consider changing?
crow, right?
Well, I don't want you to eat crow. I want you to consider changing your mind about your vote. I mean, obviously, I'll take a concession. That's great, but I'm wondering if it would actually affect your opinion.
Corporate income. This is off the Fed. All right. So, corporate income. Let me look at it right here. All right. We'll go to. All right. From 2020, we had 225.23, right? And that's when we started implementing all those tax incentives, right? Because that was the very back end.
225.23.
Yeah. And now it's at, oh, I'm sorry. Yeah. 445.10. So, yeah, I guess I need to half that then, don't I?
Well,
But if you look at the trend, how did it trend so high when there was coming out of that pandemic? I mean, it shot really high. I mean, we haven't seen that
do you
growth
want to
since
know? Do you want to know
2000.
the answer?
I do.
Yeah,
I
companies were
do.
making record profits. And
So
by the way, hold on.
yeah,
Just so we're
yeah,
clear, you do recognize.
imagine that.
I need you. You do recognize that this is not even close to 540%, right?
No, I do recognize that. It's pretty close to 540, but it's not
No.
540%. Yeah.
Wait.
Okay.
Wait. What do you mean it's pretty close to 540?
Just the total aggregate count. Yeah, so you're right. I'm off by about 200, right? I concede that.
You're off by like 400% at least. Do you know how percentages work?
No. Yeah, so if I'm all the way down here at 220, right? Let's see where's the
225
bottom.
to 445.
Okay, yep. We'll go down 210. That way we can take it into the 2019 era, right before
Wait,
the
I don't know why you
internet.
hold on. I don't know why you'd go to the hold
It
on.
would be the
I gotta show chat what I'm looking at. Hold on, one second.
Yeah.
So
It's
this
off
is
the thread.
This is the chart he's looking at right here.
Yeah, now go there.
This is the chart he's looking at. So this is when Donald Trump took office, 230, right?
Okay.
In 2018 is the implementation of the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, because 2017 was when it was passed. 2018 was the
Okay.
implementation. Tax receipts dropped. 2019 they dropped even more, right? Then the
Yes.
pandemic led to a little bit of an increase. This actually right here is probably just variance, but this right here is strictly due to the pandemic, 2020 to 2021. And you want to take it from 2019? Why wouldn't you take it from the start of
Because
the
that's
Tax
when
Cuts and
it's
Jobs Act?
implemented. Because that's when it was implemented.
No, it was implemented in
So I don't
2018.
want to go 2018.
Yeah, so 2024.
So
Sorry,
fiscal.
excuse me. So 224, right?
So we're talking fiscal. Are you talking fiscal year? Because
Yeah.
it was fiscal year 19 that it was kicked in.
I don't believe that's true. I believe it's fiscal year 2018.
No, I think it's 19 because that was one of the back end deals where everybody
You know
started
what?
getting actually
Even if
excited
it
about it.
is, let's go ahead and say 210%, or to 210, what is this, trillion?
Yeah.
Yeah, 210 trillion to 445 trillion. You know that that's not 540%, right?
No, you're correct. You are
Okay.
correct.
And not even
It's not.
close, right?
No, no. So I swagged it on that one. I took a scientific wild ass guess on that one and hit wrong.
Okay. Well, yeah, because a 540% increase in corporate taxes, we'd be out of debt. Like it would be so
Oh, wouldn't
insane.
that be amazing? I know.
Yeah. So either way, do you have any evidence that this increase right here was caused by the tax cuts rather than the pandemic?
Yes, when you brought back $4 trillion worth of business back to the United States by lowering
No,
corporate
I
prices.
didn't mean your vibes. I mean actual evidence.
Yes, when you
Research.
look at those numbers and you pull them out
No,
and
no,
you
that's
look
your
at it, you
vibes.
can
That's your vibes.
extrapolate it.
I'm
It's
saying,
not vibes. You can go straight into the DOL. Look at the Department of Labor when you get into that.
uh-huh.
So you go
So
into the
do they have a
Department of Labor
report
and you
that
talk about X. Yes, it's fully reported. You can even look at the DOL on that one.
what's in the report? Let's talk about it.
Okay.
We'll
All
pull it
right.
up.
Look at tax gains. All right. Just personal income tax and where you're pulling it from. Top 10%, whichever percent you want to pull it off of. I would do top 10%. Show me what the increase is over that by year by date.
Okay. What you're doing is you're looking at raw data. I'm asking you if you have evidence, whether it's a study, whether it's a report, if you have evidence that it was the tax cuts that led to this, rather than the
Okay.
growing economy,
Okay.
rather than economic.
Explain to me. Explain to me this. If you have economic growth, what is the incentivizer for that economic growth? That economic growth was what? The reduction in taxes to expand business
That's based
opportunities.
on your vibes. There's no
No,
evidence of
no, no,
that.
no, no. There's 100% evidence in it. You can go right into the DOL and you can go into their quarterly reports. You can go into their monthly reports. You can go into all of that and find out where business started taking off at. You can go off of growth rates.
You don't think?
If you
Hold on.
fail to
I'm going
look
to ask you
at
a question.
growth rates, yeah.
You don't think that this right here? Let me pull it up again for you. You don't think that? See those light red bars? You don't think that all of that money being injected into our economy had any effect on those years?
Oh shit, hold on. I'm trying to read that. I can't see it. And I want to cancel that. I hit the wrong button. Oh, I wish this was in.
Basically, thank you, KP. Basically, what Ginger's saying, you need evidence of the causation, right? Just raw numbers isn't enough because that's like if you take a look at let's say the number of deaths in Afghanistan, for example, right? Under President Trump next year, it's going to be really low because the war ended, not because he did anything. You understand?
Okay, so what you're gonna growth based off upon those tax cuts is what you're telling me. So
What I'm asking,
in
what I'm
order for
asking
me,
from you,
hold on.
yeah,
Yes. So yeah, but what I'm asking from you is this. Prove to me that it didn't happen when the numbers say otherwise.
prove to me that it didn't happen is not something I'm able to do. I cannot prove a negative.
But you cannot say without a reasonable freaking guess that tax decreases for corporate America bringing jobs back to this country didn't increase the tax
How did
income of this
how
nation.
did cutting corporate taxes bring the jobs down? Bring the
Because
jobs back?
you brought $4 trillion was brought back into the domestic market
So I have
from
evidence. Hold on, I have evidence that
outliers.
90% of the benefits of this tax cut went to either stock buybacks or to corporate bonuses. Only 10% went to hiring new workers, went to lowering prices, which very few. what is this idea? Where are you getting this trickle down economics orthodoxy that cutting taxes is going to raise taxes?
Okay, so based upon the last 4 years, if you look at independent growth, non-governmental, right? And you look at those numbers where it goes into the actual economic drivers, people that are actually producing for the country and for the taxes, not taken away from the taxes to spend to it. Because what we can go ahead and we can go and talk about the last 4 years, the largest employment that was put out there was either local, state, or government employment. Those were always the largest numbers that were coming out damn near every month after month after month after month. Those are tax deficits, right? We're paying off the taxpayer in order to employ these people. And I don't have a problem with that. If it's a necessity, do it, right? Rapid expansion of government. Don't agree with it 100%, right? However, I will say this, in order to keep up at an even level, even though we're 2 trillion behind in our current debt setup, the way that we're spending out of pocket, right? We're 2 trillion in the hole just for this year on deficit. So when you're looking at the actual numbers for corporates, corporations, or entities, LLCs, I don't care, small businesses that stand up, which fail at a large amount, unfortunately, but that happens. Those were producers of opportunity that was made by a lower tax bracket. Those opportunities would not have came back into the economy had those taxes decreased.
Do you have
Exploration,
a source that shows this other than your
Department
vibes?
of Labor. It's
The
not a
Department of
vibe.
Labor provides data. It does not
Yes, and
provide.
that's what we
It
go
does not
off of.
provide
So
evidence of
you go off
causation.
of, here we go. All right, so now we're going to go around the whole of causation. What do you think the output or the outcome is of employment?
Can you make that question a
What is
little
the
bit more vague?
Okay, if we're talking about tax, how do we generate taxes?
How do we generate taxes with
How do we
economic
generate
growth?
taxes?
Economic growth.
Okay, right.
The more things are
Economic
being
growth.
bought and sold, the more taxes that we make. Right?
Okay, or through income-based taxes, correct?
Oh well, yeah, obviously. Well, okay.
Okay.
So
Okay.
I was saying in a vacuum. Obviously, the taxes how we get taxes. Yes, that's right.
Okay. So if you have an increase in the amount of money that is going back into the local economy, which would be of the United States,
We did
I'm
not get that.
not
We
going
did
to
not get that from corporate tax cuts.
really.
Yes, I already told you. 90% of the benefits of the corporate tax cuts went to stock buybacks and went to corporate bonuses. 90%.
You got to show me where you're seeing this because I am not seeing it. I seen when we went ahead and we did that TTP and all that other stuff that money got shot into it and it went into bonuses and everything else like that, which was wrong. And every corporation that took money from the United States government in order to pull their head out of the water should have been seriously fined and everything else in order to get that money back. When you have General Motors that goes ahead and kicks out a $14 million balloon payment to the CEO for a company that was failing because of poor business operations, I
Okay.
have a problem with that,
I'm pulling it up for
right?
you right now. So really quick, if I show you the source on this, is this going to change your opinion?
I highly doubt it.
So then, what's the point? If you're just going to believe what your fifis tell you, then why even bother looking at
Okay,
the
pull it up.
sources?
Pull it up. See if you can change me.
No, well, I'd like to set the goalpost before you move it. That's the thing. I don't want to just waste my time. I have it pulled up. I'm going to show chat regardless. But the question is, are you going to agree with reality, or are you going to live in the world you've created, where lowering corporate taxes benefits you somehow?
I will live in the same reality that you're in when you show me, and you can prove it to me without a shadow of a doubt, that what we're talking about is corporate tax breaks did not increase income in this nation or employment.
Okay, here we go. So, the corporate tax cuts in the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act are more skewed towards the wealthy than than are the cuts in the bill as a whole. Share of the 2018 federal tax change by expanded cash income percentile. So, this was the individual tax cuts. Orange ones are corporate tax cuts. The top quintile, 71% of the benefits went to the top quintile. What was that?
Oh, it was my stupid phone.
Yeah.
Damn it, I can't read that damn thing. What page are you on?
This is AmericanProgress.org, but they source it from Tax Policy Center.
From where?
Tax Policy Center.
Oh my god. No, you gotta go up into that search bar. Give it to me again, please.
Okay, so this is AmericanProgress.org made the graph, but they source the information from Tax Policy Center.
Center for American Progress and Media Bias. Hold on, let me look up something else. That way I can have you go down something else.
Yeah, no problem at all. In the meantime, chat.
Yes.
Oh, sorry, I was going to talk to everybody while you were looking that up.
Oh, yes, please do.
In the meantime, chat, if you're here for the first time, make sure you're following on all the platforms. TikTok is going dark on Sunday. It might come back on in a few days. Who knows? Depends on Congress, really. But yeah, make sure you're following on all the platforms. And I love you all. And I
Come on, man.
thank you, Lily, for that mustache. And yeah, I'm just excited to see I'm excited to see what new data that the guest is going to bring up. Let's see where the food's at. Is it going dark? Yes. TikTok confirmed that it is going dark on Sunday. Even though Biden said they would defer, what's it called? They would defer enforcement. That's the word. TikTok does not want to keep it running if they don't have a commitment that it won't be banned. So, is Parker not coming on tonight? I have no idea. Do you mean on his own live or on my live? If Parker wants to come on my live, he's welcome. But I didn't know anything about that. He left? Who left? Parker was on earlier?
Darn it, wrong page.
Can you tell me what you're looking up so maybe I can get it for you?
Yeah, the corporate expansion with employment increases. I actually think it's probably a Chamber of Commerce. No, that's not it either. Dadgummit. Because you're talking about hiring rates, all industries, industry that lost 781 workers. I know, it's horrible. I apologize. All right, well, I won't waste your time looking for it.
So, I mean, do you maybe accept that the tax cuts to corporations kind of only help the wealthy mostly?
No, that's such a vague thing to say, though, to be honest with you.
No, it's not really
When you
vague.
say it, when you actually say that it only affects the wealthy, that's not
Benefits.
entirely true.
Benefits.
Benefits. As long as employment is going up, I think it's benefiting everybody.
Well,
that's where you pull more taxes out of, too, is when they start employing more persons. Those individuals get taxed.
Yeah, but again,
that's the
that's not
aggregate
where
side of
most
it.
of the money went is the problem.
I know. I told you, I concede that a lot of this money that went through that whole PPE thing and everything else,
That's not
I
what I'm
think
referring
people
to.
should
I'm
have worked
referring to the
around.
tax cuts. That these corporations, you're imagining a universe where these corporations got the tax cuts and they were like, let's hire
Yeah.
more people, guys. That didn't happen 9 out of 10 times.
Damn it, I wish I could find the page because it has full statistics on it. Dadgummit. I apologize for that. Do you
Okay,
think
well,
it
you
would
know
have
what?
been better?
All right,
Do you think it would have been better had Kamala, or I
Kamala.
can't say her name,
You
whatever.
could say Harris. Let's. All right.
Yeah,
You know
okay.
what?
Harris,
I'm
yeah.
gonna shift. I'm gonna shift the conversation because it looks like
Yeah.
you're unable to find. You're unable to find the data on that. So when this conversation started, right? You
Yeah.
said that based on the past 4 years, there was no other option, and I said like what what had this administration done poorly, and you said, well, which path do you want to take? Do you want to go economics or do you want to go? And I chose economics. What was the other path?
Okay, so we can go ahead and talk about. Let me see. You want to talk about geopolitics as a set? Because I think this whole last 4 years of this administration has been nothing but like Jimmy Carter flipped upside down as far as geopolitical savviness. We've lost a lot of our clout in the world. You can see that that's obviously changed in the new guy. The new guy hasn't even been put in office yet, and we already have stuff moving in the Middle East.
Well, not only
Let's
did
see.
not
We got-
not only have they confirmed that both administrations had to do with that, but the
Yeah, both were there. Both were
yeah,
there, but
but
it's
the
amazing how nothing happened until
Netanyahu also pushed back the ceasefire anyway. So,
actually Hamas did.
oh, is that what happened? I'm
Yeah.
pretty sure Netanyahu did. I've read the article.
Yeah, because Hamas wanted more concessions.
That's not what the article said.
That's what the article said.
Okay, I'll pull that up, I guess.
Yeah, Hamas wanted to have other changes that were put into it and which stalled it and pushed it back. And that's when Netanyahu said I wasn't going to give any more.
Netanyahu delays the
So we're gonna
ceasefire
hold
vote
off.
as far-right cabinet members threaten to quit. No, the
Yes.
far-right
That's a
members
damn
didn't want the ceasefire, and so yet Netanyahu delayed it.
Because of-
What does that have to do with
Yes.
Hamas?
When Hamas didn't agree to the deal that was set up to begin with that they had agreed upon. I get what you're trying to say, but that's not what happened. When they were talking to those people over in Doha, everybody came to a consensus that this is what was going to happen in order to make this temporary peace deal happen. I hope that it's a permanent fix. I'm sick and tired of everything in the Middle East, just like you are, right? I wish they could figure it out. I don't know if that'll ever happen, but it would be nice if people would just go ahead and start conceding to one another that, hey, listen, too many people are dying on both sides. And it's sad when you have to have, bad orange man come into office and he's not even in it yet, and you start moving the needle in that direction. Unfortunately, the current administration didn't have the strength to institute something
So
in order to get those
this
wheels
deal
moving.
was negotiated under the Biden administration.
Yes.
It's been worked
and
on.
Movement. Yes, and movement did not happen until when? Well, you can go ahead and look at that too. You can say that all kinds of things were happening underneath the Biden administration. Hell, we built a damn
Wait, I'm sorry.
loading
So
dock into
so
Gaza.
Trump wins
But
the
did
election.
that help anything?
Trump wins the election, and somehow that means that the ceasefire is because of him.
I think it plays a bigger part than you're giving it credit for.
Well,
I'm
do you
not
have any
saying that's
evidence
all of
that? Do you have any evidence that Trump was the reason for the ceasefire, or even
Yes,
a
because
reason?
as soon as he said what, it's going to be the worst day of your life if those people aren't released before I become president. And then all of a sudden, not even a week later, we have a tentative agreement to
Do you
a
know how many?
ceasefire.
Wait, I'm sorry. Do you know how many things Trump says?
Oh, I
Eventually,
do,
one of
and
them
I
is
think
going
a
to
lot
lead.
of it.
Eventually, one of them is going to happen. That doesn't mean he caused it.
No, but then all of a sudden the whole needle starts to move as soon as his little man gets thrown in there and he's involved in the talks and he's laying out stuff.
But it's
along
not
with
all
the
of a sudden.
Biden
You're saying all of a
administration.
sudden as if there's been no
It is an
progress.
all of a sudden thing because it had. How many months has this been going on?
The
2
whole war.
years.
So the whole conflict, 15 months, and
Okay,
this
15
particular
months it's been
deal,
going on.
this particular deal had been negotiated for 8 months. And you think that somehow because Donald Trump happened to win the election, now it's because of him, based on again vibes and feelings. This is the problem with so many
This
Trump
is no.
voters.
This isn't the vibes and feeling thing. This is the problem with the disconnection Because if you think otherwise, that when strength comes into office, that somebody doesn't respond to it in the world.
Okay. All right. So if we're gonna just go by
We
vibes and
could go
feelings,
ahead. No, go ahead and look at all of our policies that have
perfect.
happened
Strength came into office.
overseas.
All right. Let's talk about it. So Donald Trump promised that within 1 day of winning the election, the Russia-Ukraine war would end. Instead, 1 day after he won the election, Putin posted nudes of his wife on Russian TV. So I never bring that up because I don't base things on vibes and feelings. But if we're going to say that he brought strength to the office and that led to the ceasefire, then very clearly he didn't bring enough strength to lead to the end of that conflict. And in fact, they respect him less than they would have Kamala Harris.
You got to be kidding me, right?
You want to see the nudes?
No, I imagine it's probably when she was a model. I'm not interested in it. I'm really not. That's not my thing. You know, I could care less about that, to be honest with you.
So
What I'm
do you
worried
think
about
that was a
here's
respectful
another
move
thing.
from Putin?
Okay, here's one. If you want to say that, okay, we had 4 years of Trump. All of a sudden, nothing happened over there in the Ukraine. But as soon as he's gone,
That's
it can't
not even
wait
true.
3
You
months
just
and it kicks off.
you didn't pay
What
attention
happened
because
in the Ukraine?
you like
What
Trump so
happened
much you
while
didn't
he
pay
was-
attention.
No.
In 2018, hold on, I'll pull it up for you. You don't even know.
Yes, I do know. When did Crimea fall? That was under
that was
President
under Obama. That's right. But
Okay.
not only did
Then
Donald
what
Trump
happened
not
after
not only did Donald Trump not help the issue while he was in office, but more stuff happened. There was more escalation. You just don't know about it.
When did the troops start moving towards the border to the Ukraine? Not until after the election.
Is there a reason you're
Not
calling it
until
the
after
Ukraine?
Well, it is Ukraine, right?
It is Ukraine. Yes. People that call it the
Okay.
Ukraine get a lot of their misinformation from the Kremlin. So I'm just curious.
And well, it just depends on what pops up on,
On
it's
X.com, yeah. So the Kirk Strait incident.
wherever.
Okay.
I mean, it's on TikTok. People say "the" all the time, right? And it is a geographical area, so I guess I could say the United States, the Ukraine.
No one says the France.
Maybe it's because it's France.
No one says the Germany.
Okay, well, apparently somebody says
Says
the
the
Ukraine.
Spain.
They
What
say
about the Mexico?
United States.
The Canada? Okay, so 2018, the Kirk Strait incident. November 25th of 2018, the Russian Federal Security Coast Guard fired upon and captured 3 Ukrainian Navy vessels after they attempted to transit from the Black Sea into the Sea of Azov through the strait on their way to the port of Mariupol. It was the first time that Russian forces had openly engaged Ukrainian forces during the Russo-Ukrainian War. This is a major escalation that took place under the Trump administration. And what did he do? Nothing. Nada. Now, you know what? It might be okay that he did nothing. But you can miss me with, nothing happened under his administration. There was no war. It's not true.
Unfortunately, something like that happened to us as well, didn't it? With the Iranians. When they took over our naval skiffs, right?
Uh-huh.
So, as a geopolitical thing, it's a huge deal.
Okay, so my
But
neck
it was
hurts from the
nothing but a
pivot.
speck
My neck,
and a blip.
like, you're going to owe me for the
It's not a pivot.
chiropractor.
It's the same thing.
It is
It's the
a
same
pivot.
thing as what you're trying to say. You're trying to make this small incident into a gigantic
Not a small incident. This is the first time that Russian forces openly engaged on Ukrainian forces.
No, it's not the first time because you had everything that was happening in what you call it? I don't know the name of their provinces. Donetsk, right? You had that incursion going on since 2014. So it wasn't the first time that there was a Russian aggression against Ukrainians.
That's not what I said. I said it's the
No,
first
but this is the first time
that
that
Russian
the
forces had openly engaged in Ukrainian forces.
Yes, and I'm telling you that it's been happening since 2014. Openly engaged again when they went into Crimea, just not on a large scale, but they took over a whole freaking island, isthmus, whatever you want to call it. There was options on the table.
Do you know the
at that
difference
time.
between aggression and non-aggression?
As a matter of fact, I do.
Okay. This is the first time that they aggressed on Ukrainian forces.
Okay, so what do you call it when they are killing Ukrainians in Donetsk?
Genuinely, no.
Who is they? The Russians?
Russians.
Let's talk about it. When did that happen?
Let's see, 2014, 2015, 2016. It was happening the whole time. That aggression was already there.
You have evidence of this?
I think you do as well. It's not too hard to find. It's on MSNBC. It's kind of like the Sudetenland with the Nazis, right? To use a parallel, just because they speak Russian doesn't mean you can go in there and walk in there. If that were the case, then I guess every English-speaking nation could be invaded by Great Britain again. It happened in Luhansk, it happened in Donetsk, it happened in all those regions that were borderlands. Or maybe you should say hinterlands. If you can't see the parallels, I don't understand.
Well, I mean, bringing up the Sudetenland is super interesting because that's essentially what Trump wants to do. He wants the war to end in a way where we give up part of Ukraine to the aggressing force Russia, and that didn't stop the appeasement. The Sudetenland didn't stop Mustache Man, so why would it stop Putin? The fact that you
I
brought up that
agree with you.
parallel boggles
I
my
agree
mind.
with you. I agree with you.
Okay.
I don't think it's going to stop anything. Unless you go back to the original borders in, we'll say, what is it, 2014, even 1991? You know, until you go back to the actual original borders that were implanted or agreed upon by those two states, you're going to have this issue probably into perpetuity. It's going to be just another
Agreed upon by
flashpoint.
those two states. Excuse me. Russia doesn't get to decide what Ukraine's borders are. Ukraine was a
No, you're
sovereign
right.
nation with defined borders.
Yes. And in 2014, Russia decided that they wanted a chunk of them.
Yes, that's right.
And then they wanted a bigger chunk.
Yeah.
And then they came back in again. And now they wanted the whole pizza, right? You know, that piece is going on. But it seems like whenever somebody with a little bit of backbone steps into it, everything kind of slows down in the world. Everybody takes a little bit of a step back. You don't have the massive
Putin's not
expansion.
slowing down.
It's not slowing down?
No.
We'll see. We'll see what happens after the new year, right? After the 21st. Because
Yeah,
we
we
won't
will.
go ahead and use it on the 20th. Yeah, and I hope for the best that it stops. You know, I hope that there is some actual movement in that direction. Too many people again lost, just like in the Middle East.
Okay. So, do you think that it was a good idea? Because you brought up geopolitics at the start. Do you think it was a good idea for Donald Trump to move the embassy from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem?
Yes, I do.
Why?
Well, because it is their capital, right? It has been.
How does that
That's what
benefit
they
the
call
United
it.
States? Why is he
How does
Israel
it
first?
benefit the United States? Well, because it legitimizes a country which nobody in the region wanted to legitimize.
It delegitimizes
Does it not?
Palestine
How does it delegitimize Palestine?
because it's contested area. Jerusalem is not just Israel proper, like Tel Aviv is. It antagonized Hamas and increased tensions in the region. Does not benefit the United States at all. The only person it benefited was Netanyahu. I want an America first president like Kamala Harris, not Donald Trump, who's Israel first.
Well, you wouldn't have had that with Kamala Harris.
No?
No, because she would have capitulated to everybody and everything.
Based on your vibes again.
No, based upon the history of Joe Biden. If she was happy with everything that he did, she was going to do the same thing.
Oh, and Joe Biden capitulated on everything.
I would have to say
all
that
that
he
support to
capitulated on a lot
Ukraine,
more
all
than
that
he
support
should
to
have.
Ukraine. That's leading to a 7-1 loss for the Russian military. That's capitulating.
You know, when you tacitly support somebody by throwing machine of wars at them, rather than trying to actually support them and stop them, I'd
You
say
wanted boots
so.
on the ground.
Oh no, I don't want anything in it, anything to do with it at all. To be honest with you,
Well, yeah, I
I've
know, I
already had
know,
my boots
I know,
on
because
ground
you
all
don't
around this damn
know
world.
you don't understand the conflict. That's the problem.
No, I do understand the consequences.
No, the
You
conflict.
know,
You
I
don't.
understand the conflict as well.
Okay, so I'm going to
So
give
this
you.
is what's going to end up happening, and I hate to say it, but this is probably what's going to end up happening. What you're going to end up doing is you're going to end up ticking off Poland to the point.
I don't care.
Thank you,
No,
Colin.
it's going to tick off, Poland to the point where they're going to start stretching, right? Everybody in that whole former Eastern Bloc doesn't like and doesn't want the Soviet Union back, right? And what you're seeing right now is just going to be another flare up and an attempt to go back to it. Until Putin is no longer in place, it's going to be this way. I hope the person who replaces him is a better person than him and doesn't want to go back to the
Well, then,
days
so why did
of
you want?
yore.
You're saying you didn't like that Biden is supporting Ukraine.
Not when you have commit. If you're going to commit, you
So
need to
you
go
want
all in.
boots on the ground.
No, what I want is a shit ton of equipment and stuff given to them so that they can fight their own war, but we can supply it.
What do you think we're
We've done it
doing?
throughout us. Not enough. Do you understand
Okay,
warfare?
okay. So you want more support to Ukraine, but you voted for Donald Trump.
I want it back to the borders where it was at. I think,
And that's not what a Trump presidency would lead to. Trump wants to give up part of Ukraine.
and I don't think there should be a concession because that's not in the interest of the
Then why
Ukrainians.
did you
It's
vote for
their
Trump?
country. Because I think at the end of the day, I hope that you'll have Putin agree to pull back and that we'll agree not to push NATO further to the east.
No, that's a concession. Telling a sovereign
You
nation that
can
they're not
you
allowed to
can
join NATO is a
concede.
concession.
You can concede to that, but
But
you can still plus them up and give them everything they want because there's plenty of people that aren't in NATO that can go ahead and do it. Just like the South Koreans are plussing up everybody in Europe right now with all of their war stuff. I mean, it's all there. It's viable. Hell, we can support them. Look what we did to against each other. Soviet Union and the United States. We fought against each other in proxy wars all over this damn world. We're just doing it out in the open now, which is the first time where everybody agrees that, hey, we're funding the shit out of Ukraine. And I'm fine with it. But what you need to do is you need to dump the whole basket in there instead of just giving it to them a teacup at a time. Shot glasses extend death. What you need is the whole doggone kettle. It doesn't matter. Give them the whole bottle. Give
and
them everything. They should
and
have
that
never
is
said
not the
don't.
person you voted for. The person you voted for would either not have given them anything or would have cut off the supply very shortly and negotiated with Putin.
I don't think that's going to happen.
You don't. Okay,
I
so
honestly don't think that's
you
going to
think the
happen.
war is going to end now that
No,
Trump
no,
is
no, no,
president?
no.
Now that Trump is the president or about to be, you think the war is going to end without a big concession to Putin?
No, I don't think there will be a giant concession. I don't think there will be. Because if there is a concession, it's not going to end the war. A concession will not end that war.
Well,
The only
no.
thing that is going
Zelensky.
to end that war is a restoration of the borders. That's the only thing that's going to end it.
No. You know how the war ends for Trump?
How does it? How
We
does it
stop
end?
supporting Ukraine.
Hell, I hope that's not the case.
Well, that's what we'd be leading to. Well, that's what we'd be leading to.
I don't think that's where we'll be heading to on that.
Okay. Well, I mean, I guess you just have a different view on reality.
Well, no,
Based on
you
all
know,
of Trump's
because
statements, based on the Republican Party's platform.
I know that. I know that. But the thing is when you start looking at it, you know, and you see how much we've already dumped into it. Granted, we're going to spend ourselves to death, right? Trying to support this war instead of helping American individualism. But I am old enough to remember that isolationism is not an answer to anything in the world. It's not. I do believe, however, that if you can go about restoration of the borders without making it look like a total hit job on Putin, that he'll agree to it. If you slap him in the face with it and say, this is what's going to happen, it's going to expand, you know? And I'm not foolish enough not to think that it won't expand because I've seen plenty of stuff expand in my lifetime. You know, we went from one country to another country. You know, I fought in other countries for this nation, you know? And I don't want to see my kids go out and fight another country for their policies and not for mine, right? If it has no benefit to me in this nation,
I'm so
then I
sick
think
of
we
these
should throw money
people.
at it.
You know,
Yeah,
Caffeine.
I'm just saying.
I love
I'm
you.
just saying.
I love you
Yeah,
with all my heart, Caffeine.
I'm sorry, you know, but my boots have been all over this damn world. So that's speaking from that aspect. And I don't think that the current administration, nor one under a Madam Harris, would have been any better. I think it would have led us to actually engagement. And I won't be surprised if we don't end up fighting China. You know, I mean, hell, this administration's done everything they can to rattle sabers all around this world in order to make sure that there's an antagonist out there for us to go smack around so that we can continue to feed the machine.
Well,
I
unfortunately,
mean, well, look at the radical
think
expansion of China.
I think you're about 540% wrong on most of the things you're talking about. You did get voted
Okay,
out
what do
by
you think is
chat.
going to happen with China? What do you think is going to happen with China? What do you think's happened in the last 4 years with China? Why have they so rapidly expanded? Was that because of policy or just because it's them? I think it's because of American policy.
Chat, my food's here. It's been here for the past like 10 minutes, so I hope it's still hot. Wait. The Michael Scott comment. Hold on. Fuck. I can't find it anymore. The chat went too fast. What about his stepdaughter, Dan? I mean, I can't listen. Like, you can't change her stepfather, unfortunately. My boots have been all over this live. Okay. I'll be right back, guys. Give me oof. I also have to feed Walker. Hold on. I'm going to bring up Bear. I'm going to bring up Bear for everyone's entertainment. Nobody leave. Give me like 4 or 5 minutes. Grab it. Hey, buddy.
Hey, Dan. So a couple things to unpack. I caught the end of minutes. These people don't listen. You have a conversation and they don't listen. They just wait to respond. And it's like you can't have a conversation with someone and not actually take into account or think about what they're saying, because then you're just talking at each other. And this guy, like, they get proven wrong by one thing, or you bring up something that kind of puts them in a tricky spot. Like, oh, well, what about this? What about that? What about this? For the love of God. Like, do these people, and this guy's talking about having a backbone or someone with power. Okay, I'm not even going to go into that. Another thing, he mentioned that he served in the military, and yet you fully support someone who's disrespected veterans time and time again. Like, what are we doing here? What are we doing? And it just, oh my God, it blows my mind that what he wanted to happen in Ukraine was the exact opposite of what Trump and Republicans have been campaigning and running and talking on for months. And it blows my mind. These people, I don't know. I don't know what to do anymore. And then just recent news, they pushed the inauguration indoors because apparently all these alpha males can't handle a little cold. And they're interviewing these Trump supporters in DC saying, oh, well, this is really disappointing. We're not going to be able to witness it. Yeah, it's almost like your orange felon cult leader doesn't care about anybody but himself. But what I do have some good news for you, Trumpers. You guys already know where it's being held. You know exactly where to go. You guys have been there before. So you just go waltz right up into the rotunda like you did before. You guys could find it. It'll be familiar. It wasn't too long ago that you guys broke in there and made the United States of America look like a GD third world country with a GD attempted coup. But Michelle Obama's not going to the inauguration? Oh, how dare she? How dare she? Trump can make fun of disabled reporters and say and do all these horrible things, but the Democrats, they don't act professional, and they don't act like smart professional humans, and what's going on here? And oh my God, I'm at my wits. 22 years old. These last couple of months, I feel like have aged me like 15 years. And I've said this so many times. I don't know how Dan and the other streamers do it, because it's one thing. I'm very into sports, so like I could debate sports all day long, but it doesn't wear down on you. This stuff, it's like the whole maggot orange felon cult movement. It would be really funny if it wasn't so goddamn serious. And the fact that we have the United States president warning about an oligarchy and telling the military to remember their oath, like, I don't know. I really don't. I wish I was smarter, so I had a better way to think. And then I'm not a big history guy, but you see all these history buffs on here freaking out because of the pattern recognition and the descent into fascism and the similarities to the mustache. It's just I don't know. I'm really disappointed that I don't have Irish citizenship. Can't say. Yeah, someone just said Lily said Trump's approval rating is 41%. What the fuck are we doing? We just forgot that he tried to steal an election, that he's a convicted felon, he's convicted of SA. Like, what are we doing? What are we doing here? The fact that he flip-flops on every single GD subject, the fact that he tells a 10-year-old he's going to date her in, 10 year or a 9-year-old, however old she was. The fact that he walks into the beauty pageant changing rooms and brags about it. The fact that he brags about, what the fuck are we doing here? What are we doing? This is the United States of America. This is are we in The Simpsons? Are we in a cartoon show? I'm losing my ever-loving mind here. And the fact that he's being inaugurated on, I could be wrong, but I'm fairly certain it's Martin Luther King Jr. Day, it's so sickening. And the fact that you have Trump supporters making, I don't know if you guys, this was a couple of weeks ago or months by now, they edited an AI version of MLK's I Have a Dream speech to support the MAGA movement. And it's just, I am exhausted. And then here, another thing, I was talking about sports, to bring up my sports fans, NFL fans, you guys know who Derrick Henry is. Trump says, anyone who doesn't know, Derrick Henry is a running back in the NFL. He's a physical specimen, absolutely jacked, perfect. He is, you would not want to have any beef with him. Let me just put it that way. Trump says he's the same height and weight as this guy. He lies about fundamentally normal things. If you lie about things that you don't need to lie about, or what I mean by that is your height and weight, which it can be, I'm at my wit's end. I'm at a loss for words. I'm so sick and tired of this. And it just feels like there's no end in sight because yes, he's only in office for 4 years. But at this rate, I'm really not trying to fearmonger because I don't say these things lightly, but it's one thing to not like a candidate and not like their policies. It's another thing to be worried about the state of democracy in this country. And so the fact that we have a convicted felon, an orange convicted felon who looks like a melting wax sculpture, with a chicken neck, who just is so a decrepit human from top to bottom. Then we have people like Marjorie Taylor Greene. She's elected. She's elected. There are people that elected her, and I'm just so tired of the blatant hypocrites or hypocrisy and the lying and the misinformation and Fox News and just I'm just at my wit's end. I truly am. And Dan, I hope the chicken shawarma is good, because you deserve it. But yeah, I don't know. I wish I had something better to say. But I really just feel like we're at the point where it's we just have to strap in and hope and just take it one day at a time and hope that democracy in this country still exists in a functional way when this piece of literal human scum is at the end of the 4 years. I have no idea what's going to happen, but it's just exhausting. And when I say this is my final point, I actually mean it this time. I didn't say my final point before. This is the first time I said final point. So this is the first time I said my final point, I swear. This is just an example. My aunt and uncle, they are lifelong in the education system. My uncle is a superintendent of a school district. My aunt is a administrator or whatever. I don't know. They've worked in schools their entire life. These are the type of people that are helping mold the young minds in this country. They voted for Trump. They are a couple years away from retirement, and me and my sisters are talking amongst us, just laughing because we don't know. I'm sure they'd be fine. But if the Department of Education gets disbanded, then do they lose their pension? And if they do, I'm not going to hope that, because they're still my family and I still care about them, even though the fact that they did that really pisses me off. But if they lose their pension because of a direct result of someone they voted for, I will, like, it will be the funniest, one of the funniest things ever, and it'll be the most, like, f around and find out. And I truly hope everyone that voted for him regrets it. And like, I don't want to wish ill will on people, but I hope that bad things happen, not like extremely bad things, but I hope people, bad things happen as a result of Trump being in presidency that voted for Trump. And for the rest of us that tried to prevent this, we're just gonna have to deal with it and take it on the chin and take it one day at a time and keep supporting Dan on Twitch or YouTube or Red Note or whatever the hell you're on after this app is taken down for no good reason. So I can keep talking if you're eating, but if I don't want to take up too much of your time.
No, I can go to the next guest. Appreciate you so
Okay,
much.
but yeah, thank you for letting me cut it. This really does help me come on here and vent every once in a while. So I appreciate you, Dan. And I just want to say, the TikTok ban, obviously it sucks for everyone, but I feel the worst for you because you've grinded to build up this insane community that's like no other. And I really, really hope that you're able to keep going on whatever platform, or just, I hope the best for you. And I really appreciate what you're doing. And I think we all do here. So thank you, Dan. And thank you everybody in the community. I appreciate you guys. Have a good night.
Thank you so much, Bear. All right, y'all. Couple things. Charles, thank you for the $5. IQ is measured on a bell curve with 100 being set exactly in the middle. So by definition, half the population has an IQ below 100. I'm pretty sure you mostly deal with members of the two-digit club. Thank you, Charles.
I have concepts of a plan.
Thank you, 4th Gen. Okay. The shawarma is pretty good. The rice is extremely mid. And the salad is salad. But the pita is good, and the sauces are really good. Okay, so this one is tzatziki, which is good. This one is quote-unquote white sauce, which is good. And this one is spicy toom. So, like, it's whipped up garlic, but it's also spice. Very good. The salad is salad. Childcare is childcare. Dan, have you seen the new MAGA anthem? You're going to want to? Oh, God. Is the white one garlic, too? I mean, there's garlic in it, but it's, I don't know what's in white sauce. Hold on. You got hummus, though? No, I didn't. I did get baklava, though, for dessert. Okay, yogurt, um... yogurt, vinegar, lemon juice, mayonnaise, and then a bunch of seasoning. Parsley. Hey, Slurry. Okay, Sanaj. Appalled, that is unforgivable. If no hummus, what is the point? I mean, I had hummus 2 days ago from Kava. Also, the hummus here was $7. I don't want to spend like $7 whole for hummus, especially since my mom makes hummus better than they do. No offense. Some offense. I blew up on TikTok today. Send help. Oh, a video of yours went viral? That's awesome. Okay, I gotta update the patience meter because I have food now. It's like that Snickers commercial.
Obama.
Thank you, Carmine. Okay, you gotta pass if you have hummus preference. Okay, thank you. Comment from YouTube. Dan, do you think the amount of people coming in to debate you will improve if you are only able to stream on YouTube/Twitch? No, it will get worse. But Trump threatening to take over allied countries is going to be great for us. Just imagine the heavy sarcasm from me. All right. We're going to the next guest. Dan, can we have a bite? Yeah. Well, let me get some spicy tune on that. All right, guest not connecting. We're going to the next guest. Check YouTube messages. I don't even know how to do that. YouTube chat. I see YouTube chat. The last message I see is from Mina. Is that wrong? All right, going to the next guest. Right above that, there's a question for you. I answered that question. I said it's going to get worse. No, you're fine, man. For all of you that are still here during my dinner, I really appreciate it. There's over 500 of you that are okay with slower guest acquisition, and I love you guys. Thank you so much. Also, the guests aren't even connecting, so it's looking rough for us. Next guest. Oh, thank you guys. What is with these guests? What's happening here? I'm losing it. Dan, did you get a haircut? Like a week and a half ago. Well, people have complimented me about it every day, so I guess that's good. Dan, have you seen the Financial Times report on Brussels ordering Elon to hand over algo docs? I have not. Thank you. Dan, if I Venmo you 1K, would you grow a mullet?
Come on, man.
Let me think about that for a second. Adela, thank you for the hat mustache. Last time someone made an offer like that, I accepted it too quickly. So let me think about that. Dan, can you talk about Biden/ERA? Oh, yes, I do want to talk about that. For sure. Thank you, Cheyenne, for the $5. Good luck on your LSAT tomorrow morning. You're going to do great. Good luck, Cheyenne. Consider your chat. A mullet in Florida would be rough. Close TikTok for 2 weeks. Everyone will see world doesn't revolve around them. Acting like I have 1K to throw around like it's nothing. I was just curious. No, Bear, I can't say things like that anymore because if I said yes, someone possibly from Ukraine might take me up on that. So this month was way easier than October LSAT. Interesting. 1K a month as long as you keep it. Okay, so I'm gonna talk about it. I really don't like when my hair back here is long. Like when I get haircuts, it's mostly because the hair back here is long. It it makes it so that I'd start developing like acne around this area. So a mullet, I feel like would be like the worst of both worlds. Like for my own comfort. Now, don't get me wrong, $1,000 is nice, but thanks, guys.
Dogs in every type of dog. Don't get me wrong.
Hi, welcome up.
Yeah. But that's just probably like a telephone balance. But the ones that are
Does
trained,
G?
fuck them.
There?
Felipe's chocolate lab. If you got anywhere
Bueller?
near it when it was eating, it would bite you.
When it was what?
When you got his chocolate lab, like his family's chocolate lab,
Yeah.
if you got anywhere near it while it was eating, it would bite you. Like it was
Really?
like grip.
Yeah, that's how Morgan is. But Bolo's not like that.
Yeah. Like, you could put your face in his bowl and it'll just be like, okay.
Yeah. Morgan will bite you.
Yeah.
Put your hand in her bowl. Oh my god. I'm so tired, baby. Not even funny.
Thank you, Carmine.
TikTok's going black Saturday night at midnight.
Yeah, they're banning it, right?
Well, supposedly there's still a chance that
I did everything right and they indicted me.
Thank you, Vons. Yeah.
Trump said something that he liked TikTok and then he was not going to ban it or something.
he's the one that started the ban years ago. He wanted it banned. He started it.
But didn't he recently say something?
Well, he said, I don't know, maybe.
He's considering. He
started it. He started the whole thing.
Yeah,
But
back
the
in 2018.
people, all these Trump supporters don't they don't think it. They think it was the Democrat. It was him. It was Trump.
This one, yeah.
Absolutely.
They're all a bunch of idiots.
I totally agree with that one.
It's like a fucking joke for the next 4 fucking years. He literally, he was just sentenced. He's now a convicted felon. He's now a felon.
W guys.
These people want it's a fucking joke. And then you hear some women saying, oh, well, you know, years ago that's how men were. That's how they treated women. Oh, and you're condoning it by voting for him? Make it make sense.
I can't.
Oh, so if your daughter was sexually assaulted, you would just say okay to the guy that did it to your daughter? I don't think so. I don't think you would.
Only if it's Trump.
Well, that happened years ago.
Oh,
so it's
yeah,
okay.
that's how guys were. Oh, okay, so you would condone it if it was your own daughter.
Wait, her partner's based too.
I don't think you would. I think there was a bunch of men on one side, male chauvinistic men who didn't want to vote for a woman, and white women did not want to vote for a black woman.
True.
All boiled down to racism.
Wait, I'm about to bring up Trump supporters to have her debate them.
And I've only heard a handful of Trump supporters admit to it.
Thanks, Obama.
Thank you, Epsilon, for the gifted sub. I mean, I don't know that we should be subbing right now because I think you know, the TikTok's not going to be a thing, but all right. Well, that was fun. I love her, honestly. I just met her, and I would die for that woman. Okay. Do we have any guests in the box? Because if not, I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to end the lives on YouTube and Twitch. So if you're on YouTube and Twitch right now, come back to TikTok because we're gonna do some we're gonna watch some videos. And I don't know what I'm allowed to watch on Twitch and YouTube. I have no idea. So I'm just gonna focus on TikTok right now. Y'all had 4 hours and 47 minutes of horizontal. It's time for some vertical. YouTube is crazy strict. Yeah, that's annoying. I'm so confused by the salad they gave me here. It's like mixed greens, and that's fine. But then it's like pico de gallo, not tomatoes, like literally pico de gallo with like that kind of seasoning, which does not go with shawarma. A little confused. Yeah, there's cilantro in it. And I like cilantro, but not after midnight. Wait, what did I miss? All right, y'all. YouTube and Twitch. It's been real. I love you guys, but we're gonna do the rest of the live on TikTok. I want that last guest back. Yeah, me too.